Welcome to the Welcome Tour. This is session number 2 of our run through the game, and we find ourselves pretty much where we left off yesterday in Area H, although you'll notice that at the end of the previous session we finished with 31 medals, and we're just beginning to be on our way toward unlocking some of the higher difficulties of the early minigames. We've increased that to 56 off stream in the time that I've been gone, purely by covering the medals from the various activities that I was not able to demonstrate on the stream. For one thing, we have 100% in the Nintendo Switch 2 console area, which had a number of different activities that were not really streamable for us. First of all, because this one required us to perceive 120 frames a second, which we managed to do on the Switch 2's handheld display. I got 3 medals here, each for guessing everything right, although I think there was maybe a bit of uncertainty when it came to distinguishing 60 from 120 frames per second. What it does is it shows you a little animation of something like a ball or a UFO or something moving, and you just have to pick between 2 answers to guess what the correct frame rate is. And yeah, so there's more similarity between the answers in the second one, whereas the first one is just comparing things to 120 FPS. And it's pretty easy to perceive up to a point. Once you get to distinguishing 60 from 120, you have to look at some finer details. But it's very straightforward. Touch 10, as we kind of expected, is a very interesting game that shows off the multi-touch on the system, the 10-point multi-touch. It is essentially playing Twister with your fingers. That is the best description of what it is. You see colors on the board, beginning with 4 colors, then beginning with colors in an assorted pattern, and then finally with 7 colors that are in columns. And there are occasionally duplicates that it will assign to you, obviously, because it's asking you to touch 10 of them in some randomly specified order. And you have to do so without letting go of the points that you touch with your finger. And so you can get into some pretty tangled scenarios. I managed to get all 10 on the first 2, but only 9 out of 10 on the third. And I think sometimes you would probably have to just guess very well what's going to happen if you want to get all 10. You have to be a little bit lucky, I think, when you choose where your initial fingers are going to go and what kind of space you can cover with the rest of your hand. Or, of course, you can just have 2 people play at once, which is something they do suggest if you have trouble completing it. And then there were a couple of demos that we couldn't do on the stream. HDR Fireworks, it's very understandable and once again visible just on the portable display. It just allows you to toggle HDR on and off and see the difference in brightness. You can do something very similar on your own smartphone if you're taking photos on it with an HDR camera. Very easy to see. We did actually look over what the 4K demo would look like. We did manage to fumble through this on stream despite the reduction to 1080p that we had on our channel, but we did take a second look. This Dual HD Rumble is just kind of like feeling like there is a ball or a set of little balls that are rolling inside the Switch 2, which is why for this demo they require you to dock both of the Joy-Cons and play handheld. And so, yeah, apart from that, I think... Oh yes, no, there was one other activity that we covered, which was the 4K pixel hunt. So you do absolutely have to have a 4K display for this, because you have to identify 5 single pixels that are moving slowly somewhere on the screen, and then you have to click on them with the mouse, but you don't need to click on the exact pixel because the mouse covers a bit of a circle, so you don't have to be absolutely accurate, but you do have to have very sharp eyes because medals are assigned based on time and how quickly you can spot everything and click on it. And so yeah, we managed to do 5 pixels in under 20 seconds, I think it was, and 5 drifting pixels over a longer path in 30. So between all of those activities that we could not stream, we have increased our count to 56, which is going to assist us quite a bit when it comes to continuing the activities today and being able to unlock higher difficulties of actually all of the mini games that we've covered so far. Because yesterday, because there was such a gap in terms of the medals we were able to pick up, we basically had a long stretch where there weren't very many mini games that we could actually launch, and so we were mostly just doing the information cards and quizzes. I'd like to break up the pacing a little bit better today, particularly because we know it goes up to Area L. Some of those, again, because we might not have the required accessories, may also, once again, just be reading a lot of cards and quizzes, as we saw with the camera area yesterday. I know from the title screen that I think at least one of the other areas is the Mario Kart wheel attachment, and one of them, I believe, would be the charging grip for the Joy-Cons that has the GR and GL buttons and would have some kind of activity that requires those buttons to be available. And more than that, we can't say. We don't quite know what else is coming. So let's just get into it. I think what we'll do is we'll cover Area H, and then in between, particularly when we need to go back to a lost item or something, we will return to earlier areas and do the final difficulties. We were warned well in advance by one of the NPCs that Dodge to Spike Balls 4 is reputed to be the most challenging bullet hell in the entire package, so that's something we might want to save for later, depending on time. So let's see how we do, and let's see how much more of the Welcome Tour we're able to cover today, beginning with Area H, which is the inside of the Joy-Con 2L. We previously saw inside the Joy-Con 2R, which is where there's the rumble that's tucked in. I mean, there's going to be rumble tucked in to the lower level of this one as well, but I don't know if we'll have much of a tour there. We do need to identify the various points of interest, of course. You got 2 clear medals. Don't be afraid of sticking out. Coloring this in is satisfying, but doing it quickly is so tough. It looks like it might be... oh, possibly a touchscreen activity. And if it is, we won't be able to do it. Unless you can do it with mouse. So. Color the shape's triangle. It is with the mouse. Okay. This minigame will give you a taste of mouse controls. And yeah, one thing we had already noted earlier in some of the other activities is that the Welcome Tour goes to great lengths to kind of reinforce the idea that the mouse-style Joy-Con is not just a mouse. You don't just play PC-style mouse games with it, because it picks up on other things, such as the rotation of the mouse. And so there's some additional state information that would typically not be used in a gameplay context, which we would really be seeing for the first time with Nintendo Switch 2. So we'll see what the rotation is going to be like in this game. You'll be rotating the Joy-Con to left and right while using mouse controls. Now, I need to make sure I have table space for this, because I have lots of things like cables and other things getting in the way. I have to spread up my hands quite wide, actually, just to have enough coverage on a table, simply because my streaming setup, including the computer, the mic, etc., take up space. So let me just clear some space for a moment, make sure I'm not going to knock over any drinks, and then, let's see, you must color in the shapes, taking care not to go outside the lines. And the trick is to angle the marker in such a way that it streamlines the process. So let's see how this goes. Okay, so it's showing me single hand mouse though. So yeah, it was saying something about requiring Joy-Con L or R. Either Joy-Con by itself is usable as mouse, and it detects which one is facing down with the gyro inside. So we will be in the mouse state. Actually, if I have both mice down, then what happens when it... So, okay, this is interesting. So you can't see this right now, but I have both Joy-Cons down in mouse mode. Both of them act as a mouse input. Both of them together act as mouse input. And so right now it's actually interfering a bit with mouse cursor, because it's kind of responding to 2 simultaneous inputs, as you can see here. I'm actually just waving both controllers. But you can seamlessly go left hand, right hand, if you are just using the cursor, which is, of course, just designed for one hand. As we know from the demo of the upcoming Nintendo game Drag X Drive or Drag by Drive or whatever it is, there will be some designs that are possible with both Joy-Cons in mouse mode at once, but this will just require one. Now, we want to color in under 9 seconds, if we can. Fill in the marked area quickly. Okay, so, yeah, because then you need to rotate to do it like this. And then at least the line is nice and thick. That was very slow because we missed a few spots, but to have good coverage, you need to rotate, essentially. That's what it's showing you, so. Okay. But you can kind of smear it like this, maybe, and then, whoop, we missed a spot. Okay, dot this? Yeah, but a bit too slow. If we didn't have to dot that, we probably would have beaten 9, but let's see. And of course, this is just the easy mode, so we'll need to be much better at this with further modes. As you can see, I've got a bit of a tilt that I do, and then we can do it pretty quickly in that many seconds. Pretty simple, but there is almost certainly a hard mode for this, I would say. So yeah, if I just kind of swing the Joy-Con in a bit of an arc, as you can see, the marker rotates in a way that fits a triangle quite well, which is why the triangle is the easy mode. You wield the marker as if it were your own arm. Let's see the next one. Color to shapes 2. Okay, now we've got something to point here. In part 2, your goal is to fill in a star shape. Take special care around the edges of narrow parts. Let's try it out. Yeah, because you kind of need to rotate to not overrun the boundary, I guess. 15 seconds is the benchmark. Oh, that's... okay. Yeah, so you do need to depress the button in order to press down on the marker. Oh, whoops, that was over. Yeah, so... I did miss a spot up there, but we'll just scrape like this. It needs to be a little more accurate. It's actually kind of tricky if you overshoot. Nope. And to recalibrate is mostly for the rotational direction, I think. As you can see, oh, actually is tricky. Yeah, because when we rotate, sometimes we can easily overshoot. But I think what we'll do is we'll go in this way. We have to be a little bit careful with those corners sometimes. Pretty easy to overrun. And then rotate and then take next stroke. Oh, yeah, as you can see, I'm pushing a little too hard here. Also, there is some rumble feedback that gives you this kind of marker scraping against paper texture. It's something that's quite noticeable in terms of actually creating this marker feel. Oh, we were totally going to beat 15 seconds that time. So close. Okay, let's rotate this. I think if we start around the inside corners, then we start pressing at that point, then we make sure we don't overshoot. And then, there we go, 15 seconds, and slightly over. Within 0.8, we will try again. But yeah, I think we have a particular method. You start at the point. So you start at the points and you minimize risk of overshooting. You can also start rotating in the right direction right away. I've already kind of abandoned that method I just described. Too slow. Had to double back a few times at a time. Yeah, so we'll just kind of scrape this way. And mind a rotation there. And then over here. Doubling back a little too much. There we go. That hits the timer. Yeah, the mild sense of resistance from the scraping marker rumble effect actually does add quite a bit to the feel of this, making it feel like a very thick stroke. One with the marker. We can, in fact, afford part 3, so let's do it. Oh, that's still number 2. Let's do it. Right here. Flowers, okay. This will be minor detail. The stalks are particularly thin, so do be careful with those. I guess that means that we just need to have the narrow orientation for some of the strokes, and we just need to make sure we don't rotate out of it. Yeah, because normally when you're handling a regular mouse, you just never think about rotation as a state that matters, right? So this is a lot more finesse. Fill in the marked area quickly. Okay, let's do the stems first. At least it colors by itself. Yeah, very easy to overshoot, actually. Very, very easy to overshoot. Kind of feel like Art Academy is due for a comeback with some of the art mechanics that we've seen here. Ooh. Okay, we gotta be pretty careful. Sometimes we do want to recalibrate, I think, just to make the direction a little more ergonomically comfortable. Okay, there we go. Let's just not overshoot on the pedals. Very easy to overshoot if you feel too much resistance from the rumble and have a temptation to kind of push harder against it. I don't think we missed a spot. We're not going to hit the 45-second marker, though. I think we're actually just slightly over. That's okay. It's within reach. There were a few things that could definitely be improved. We'll start with the stems as before because that's the riskiest part and the part that will likely require the most retries. So I'll answer your question about the timer in just a moment when I have a chance to read it. How did it award you in this? Is it timer-based coloring? Yes, it is timer-based. If you're imprecise and you're over the line at all, then it stops automatically. You have to be within the lines and you have to fill 100% of the space. And so I hit 46.16 seconds. I get 2 medals for 45. And in every activity, there is a hidden third medal that I think doesn't count towards 100%. It's kind of like a bonus special achievement to do that. And so when we play the games initially, it doesn't show us what the benchmark for the third medal is. We kind of have to discover that by ourselves if we're fortunate enough to have done very, very well. I think, though, after you've already collected 2 medals, that if you return to something that you've already completed, then it might show you what the benchmark is for the third one. But the third one, when you're initially starting these games, is always a secret. So yeah, it is timer-based, and we're just slightly too slow at a time that we did succeed. But you have to be absolutely accurate. So let's do this part next. And then just scrape this area too. Yeah, very easy to overshoot once again if you succumb to the temptation to push against a rumble resistance. It is absolutely a factor that wouldn't really be visible to you on the stream. Okay, this one we just take some broader strokes and we just take care not to overshoot and we should be able to get it. Yeah. Descriptivist, you're saying when you get 2 medals, it does reveal the third medal? Yeah. Yeah, I learned that off stream, actually, when I was looking at this to fill in some of the activities I could not do on stream. Because yesterday we got one of the third medals just because it was especially fortunate, and we didn't know until then that they existed. Nintendo does that with a couple of their games, and like I said, I'm pretty sure it does not count towards the 100% collection. It's content to give you 100% credit if you fill in 2 medals in any of the given sections, recognizing that the third medal is sort of an extra hard achievement. Blindingly quick. You wield the marker as if you were born to do so. We can't afford that one yet, but we'll get there eventually. Okay, let's make sure that we are filling in the points of interest. This is the chip in the back. And yeah, sometimes you need to walk around pretty carefully to reveal all the stands. Sometimes there are some that are kind of next to each other. This is the capture button. This is how it makes contact. And we'll just fill in each of the buttons here to see what we're missing after that. And yeah, there is the downstairs, of course, that will take you to where the left-hand rumble is. And we'll get there. A lot of this is similar or equivalent to what we saw in the Joy-Con R. It says side A here, which is interesting. I think it actually says side B on the Joy-Con R, although when we go back to later, we can check. There's going to be a quiz to do. Let's see what we're missing in terms of the collectibles. Yeah, 2 down below. Those are going to be on the lower level with the rumble, no doubt. So we'll... And in fact, it shows you on the map that they are on the lower level, I think. Because, as you can see, top level, lower level, so we know that we don't need to check that yet. A tech demo in the lower area, and quiz game in the upper area, so let's see it. How are the Joy-Con 2 control sticks different from the control sticks of the past? Well, I hope it reveals something that gives us some insight into whether we have to deal with quite as much drift, because I went through quite a lot of electrical contact cleaning spray for the original Joy-Cons, let's just say that. Because every time I pack them away for any length of time or leave them sitting, I have to dust them out afterwards to mitigate some of the drift issues. What exactly were past Nintendo control sticks like? I'm interested. Okay, let's read them all. Nintendo and control sticks. For decades now, Nintendo controllers have had control sticks. Starting with the N64, of course, the first Nintendo controller to feature a control stick was the Nintendo 64 controller from way back in 1996. Notice the old 8-way diagonal gate. And then came the Nintendo GameCube controller, which has both a control stick and a dedicated C-stick. So yeah, yesterday, before I got on stream, I just received my Switch 2 GameCube controller. And it's really quite a lot more different than I remember to touch the stick on the GameCube. You know, coming from the Joy-Con sticks with the Joy-Con 2 and all of the other controllers in recent generations, you can really feel immediately just how different the stick is. It's just a sort of profoundly different tactile experience from what you might distantly remember. The nunchuck for the Wii has a control stick. This one we had been using quite a bit recently, actually, because I have been going back to some Wii games off-stream earlier in the year, going through things like Metroid Prime Trilogy. So this we've recently handled quite a bit. Classic Controller and Classic Controller Pro, also for Wii, both have LNR sticks. Wii U Gamepad and Wii U Pro Controller have LNR sticks. Yeah, notice all the different stick placements below and above. And then finally to the asymmetry of the Joy-Con and the Nintendo Switch Pro Controller. How many of these controllers did you recognize? All of them. We've been reshaping and improving the controllers as time goes on. I think the only one here that I don't actually have is Classic Controller Pro. We have the old Classic Controller that has to cable into your Wiimote. Well, they both have the cable into the Wiimote, I think, but that one, you know, has the loose cable, and it doesn't have the extra ZL and ZR buttons that are placed at the back. But it's a very comfortable pad. It has that very lightweight gripless build, kind of like the Super Nintendo controller, and in some ways I prefer things gripless. Actually, I don't even know if I have an N64 controller sitting around. I think I eventually wound up with an N64 donated from elsewhere, but I never really had one myself, so... But anyway, that's all the sticks. We'll be quizzed on that. At the bottom of each control stick, there's a part that touches a spot where electricity flows. So when a stick is tilted, the part that touches this spot moves depending on the degree of the tilt. When the part that's touching the spot moves, the strength of the electrical flow changes. The computer detects this to know how much the control stick is being tilted. This mechanism can detect even the slightest of movements, which allows for very precise controls. so long as you don't have dust contamination. But you can see why it would be sensitive to dust contamination. Joy-Con 2 control sticks have been given some attention. They do feel really nice. We wanted the controls to feel nice and comfortable. I remember demoing the Joy-Con 1 sticks for the first time at a pre-release event back in 2017. And you could immediately feel the much tighter range of movement on them compared to most controllers, and particularly coming from things like the Wii U. But yeah, Joy-Con 2 is something that doesn't quite feel as elastic, let's say. To that end, we've made sure that they move smoothly and don't feel like they're snagging. Yeah, because there's this really strong elasticity to the old Joy-Cons that feel like it's kind of tugging immediately back into neutral position. They also snap back to the center, of course they do. It'll make sense once you compare it to the control sticks on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con. Yeah, very much so. But yeah, Joy-Con 2 feels great, actually, and the kind of matte texture of the body of the controller on the outside is quite nice, too. Not so slippery. Joy-Con 2 control sticks have changed a lot from the Joy-Con control sticks of Nintendo Switch. You'll notice that Nintendo was just never going to officially acknowledge how bad the drifting problem was. I think when asked about it with Switch 2, they said that the sticks are more durable, but they'd never actually talk explicitly about drift. I think they, on the PR side, have instructions to kind of shove that problem under the rug. Or under the Joy-Con flap, for that matter. They're bigger and easier to place your fingers on. They also move a little wider. And the control sticks are a little easier to press in. Multiple efforts were made to make them easier to use. You read everything? Thanks. Yeah, so one problem I absolutely had with the old Joy-Cons as well was that it was actually, with quick movement, too easy to accidentally have a stick click. I don't know yet if this will be the case here. I've never liked stick clicks as an input. And we triggered them accidentally all the time. Be it in Splatoon, or things like the specials, or in the Zelda games in particular, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, we had lots and lots of those accidental presses. And of course, I think there was an extra customizable button binding for that as well in Pikmin 4, which we usually put on the camera, and I kept accidentally activating that camera sometimes when we have a quick, rapid movement to escape. So hopefully we don't have so many issues with accidental stick clicks on these sticks, but we haven't really stress tested that just yet. Anyway, they're fluffier. Certainly feel that way. Yeah. And descriptive is, no, I wouldn't refer to it as censorship. It's more that, you know, from a PR perspective, they adhere to a kind of style guide. You'll notice that whenever other companies talk about things like reliability issues, and whenever they announce things like fixes or recalls or other things like that, they always say that this is an issue that only affects a tiny percentage of our customers, etc. That they always kind of manage the scale of the problem that is being admitted. And it's very, very typical in tech for that to be the case, that the language will always kind of make problems feel small. So, literally 1984, if you're referring, of course, to Apple's Orwellian Super Bowl commercial for the original Mac. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like 1984. Now, let's see. Which feature has been added to the Joy-Con 2 control sticks? They emit a nice scent when you move them. That would be kind of nice. I would not put this past Nintendo someday, by the way. It feels like the kind of thing they would want to do eventually. See, it looks silly now, but you never know when Nintendo is going to do this. And yeah, they snap back to the center. I mean, I don't know how it's different when they say that it snaps from the motion on the original one. I think It does return to the center very quickly when you just let go, but again, it's not that kind of elastic springing feel, I think, of the Joy-Con 1. That, you can just kind of tap a stick and it just returns to neutral very quickly in a very lightweight fashion. The strength of the enemy characters, well, depending on the game. The strength of your grip might also change, yeah. Also depending on the intensity of the game. Which of the following Nintendo consoles does not include control sticks on its controllers, as we know from considerable experience using the Super Nintendo controller on the Switch 1. I always have to tell people, no, I can't play your level with the stick because I don't have them right now. Nor do I want them. I guess nothing about the control sticks can surprise you now. Okay. So, do we have a second quiz on this level? I think we just go downstairs for the rest. Yeah, so let's go downstairs. This layer seems to be clear. Okay, so let's see what the demo area is. Again, some of the demos require a bit of a different setup sometimes that we can't show on stream, but we'll see if this one is usable for us. Variable refresh rate. When there are a whole bunch of characters on screen and the game starts to struggle displaying them, the screen can start to look jittery. And give the VRR slider demo a try. Okay, sure. No, that's tabletop only then. Okay, so I guess we can't do that. It probably is tabletop only, again, because, well, we don't know what the nature of demo exactly is, and also that it might depend on the 120 FPS refresh of the portable screen. Because then also it knows for sure that it's going to be a supported display. So yeah, we won't be able to show this one. I'll have to do that one off stream as well. Many of these as well, they're hard to find video content of, I would imagine, because even if you filmed them off stream with a camera, you would need something that would be able to capture it at 120 and then publish accordingly. So there are a lot of things in the Welcome Tour that you really kind of have to see on your own Switch. On your own Switch 2, rather. Have you read the Insight in Area B? Yeah, we did read about it yesterday. Oh. If you toggle between variable frame rate and VRR at 20 FPS, yeah, we will have to see that separately. Not much we can do. And the buttons are noticeably bigger. I mean, the Switch 1 Joy-Cons always felt like they were kind of between portable style buttons, like what you would find on a DS line, and a full-size controller. They were kind of somewhere in the middle. But the Joy-Con 2, it feels much more standard. Do you know how the buttons work on a Joy-Con 2 controller? How about the screws hidden inside the controllers? Let's listen. Also, there's Lost Hat to the left. We'll remember to pick that up. Joy-Con 2 controllers, SL and SR buttons. Much larger than the SL and SR buttons on the Nintendo Switch Joy-Con controllers. Yeah, we know about the magnetic attachment on them already, obviously, but then they are also kind of shallower. And as I was saying yesterday, the interesting thing about the straps on these controllers is that it doesn't overlay the SL and SR buttons with anything like those kind of extra bumpers that you find on Switch 1 Joy-Cons. As a matter of fact, the A, B, X, Y buttons and directional buttons are bigger too. Very noticeably. Buttons are larger. And then the quiz will ask us, what changed about the buttons? And then one of the answers will be, the buttons smell nice. Underneath the Joy-Con 2 buttons is a dome-shaped piece of metal. And beneath that, an incomplete circuit. When you press a button, the dome bends downwards, the dome touches the circuit and completes it. The computer catches this and knows which button has been pressed. All told, it's a pretty simple mechanism. Yep, purely digital, of course, with things like analog triggers on some controllers, then it would actually send a numerical piece of information about the degree to which it had been pressed. So, for example, I think on the Wii Classic controllers, which had scarcely used analog triggers, actually, it was able to produce anything from 0 to 255. And I think it was probably similar for the GameCube controllers before that as well. But everything here is purely digital. How does the Joy-Con 2 controller stay together? It's held tight with a number of screws. There are 4 total. Can you tell where they are? Try to find them. What'd you do? We haven't really been looking. I just want to see where they are. 2 screws on the side attached to the main body. But on the other side, no screws are visible at first glance. The other 2 are hidden by a lid. Oh, that's interesting. Thanks to this, the screws and their surroundings are less likely to get dirty. It also makes the screws less noticeable and prevents them from being touched during play. Yeah, so they don't just get steadily stripped from exterior wear. Okay. Let's take the quiz. Descriptive is, you're saying that fast travel in this game must make you feel like a god, teleporting at will. I mean, that's true of most fast travel. But then in most games, I don't actually fast travel, particularly with things that are all about the seamless open world, so maybe it does. Okay. How have they changed? They've been removed. Completely gone. The dome-shaped part underneath each of the buttons. It would be very interesting to pour concrete into that kind of space and have it very precisely shaped, but we don't think so. And 2 of the outer screws that keep the Joy-Con 2 controller together are visible. Were we paying attention? Yes, we were. You wiped the floor with that quiz. So yeah, what we'll do is when we finish this floor, we'll go back to the information center to return the lost item, and then we'll do some of the higher difficulties on the mini games that are in that area. But magnetic controllers, yeah, or connectors rather. Magnetic connector insights 3. Yeah, because the detaching mechanism is interesting to think about, and we haven't heard too much about it yet. One way that Nintendo Switch 2 console and Joy-Con 2 controllers are linked is via connectors. These connectors can't slide around much. They're designed to move only very slightly. Don't try this at home. Even if the controllers are not perfectly lined up when you attach them, the connectors will do the rest of the work. Their positions should line up perfectly. Joy-Con 2 controllers attached firmly to the console. Why is this? It's not just because the magnets are very strong. The console and SL/SR buttons form a strong magnetic circuit. To create a strong circuit, we simulated lots of different combinations and positions. Out of those, we selected a magnetic circuit that resulted in the strongest possible configuration. In this case, it makes the circuit less likely to cause issues. This means it won't interfere with other magnetic parts. I kind of wish we could see a more detailed diagram of that. Release buttons are used to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers from the console. We made it so that you can attach the controllers easily, even with very little force. Yeah, so this is the thing that I said about a minute ago we wanted to see, because we weren't sure how it works in conjunction with the magnets. Small rod jets it out of the controller, so yeah, so it gives it a bit of a push. You shouldn't need to press the button very hard to reach this point. Using the principle of leverage, it pushes against the console with over twice the usual force. The magnets that attach the controllers to the console are strong, yes, but if they're separated by even a short distance, they become very weak. So yeah, that's how it would work. When a rod pushes against the console, the controller moves away just a little. This makes it easy to detach. Also, the direction in which you press the release button is the same direction that you pull to detach the Joy-Con 2 controllers, and this detail makes it even easier to remove. Although, of course, with the Switch 1, while the Switch was in a dock, I think I gradually just became accustomed to methods of pulling the controllers in and out vertically. Much better designed with the Switch 2, of course, but a new set of habits to learn, for sure. You've read the insights? Nice. Okay, let's take the quiz. Time for a quiz. The connectors have been designed to ease the process. They have eyes. I guess they speak to each other after a fashion. What makes the Joy-Con 2 SLSR buttons attached so firmly? A strong magnetic circuit. Not a magnetic compass, although it's only a matter of time, I think, before Nintendo includes something like that as well, just for direction-finding purposes. When you press the release button, twice the force, it doesn't apply any force, it's just there for pretend. No mistakes. What are you, some kind of magnetic maestro? You and the magnetic connectors must have a strong connection. We do. We're tightly bonded. We've read many insights, and some of the quizzes were challenged. Yeah, we've been breezing. Do connectors move? Really? Okay, so we have 2 points of interest that we need to hit here. One is going to be the rumble, the other will be the battery. We've been sitting on top of the battery the whole time. And let's see. Yeah, this should be for HD Rumble 2. Now, this from the preview looks like it might be some kind of touch-oriented activity. Let's see if it is something that we can do with the mouse. Proof of your talent, at least 24 medals carefully gathered. Match to Rumble 6 pairs. Okay, so this is going to be another Rumble game. Where I guess we need to feel different surfaces and see... Oh, okay, this person speaks in haiku. I just noticed that. Like sunlight in spring, it would warm my heart if you played this game with me. The HD Rumble Haiku Master. HD Rumble 2 can create vast vibrations. You will be amazed. I think the localizer had fun with this. I wonder what it's like in the original Japanese, whether it's also a haiku format, or rather in other localizations as well. I wonder how to convey this. Feel it in your palms. Let the rumbles fill your hands, as well as your heart. As usual, everything in the 575 haiku meter can be sung to the tune of the song Moonlight in Vermont. Feel it in your palms, let the rumbles fill your hands, as well as your heart. Feel the vibration. Remember it and match pairs. Each image rumbles. Now a hint for you. Consider the vibrations of the images. Now let me present It's Match to Rumble. 6 pairs. Would you like to play? Yeah, someone had fun writing that part. Okay. Hold. Aha. Okay, so we're finally going to have a game that has this configuration, which we should practice because this is going to be one of the available configurations for Metroid Prime 4. One Joy-Con is normal and hold the other like a mouse. And it doesn't care which one, it seems. So you can have a left-handed configuration as well, if that's what matches your handedness. So, mouse plus controller, let's see how we do. Matchup to vibrations, ready. So, okay, so I see what's going to happen. Is that it is just a concentration matching game, but when you click on these, it's going to show you to rumble in your hands. Possibly in the hand that's holding the controller normally rather than the one with the mouse, but we're not quite sure. So we remember this, of course, from the Super Mario 3 bonus game. Anyway, let's see if we get rumble in both hands or just one hand. Just a left hand for now. And you can replay it as much as you want. This kind of feels like the drill. It's a much bigger buzz to it. Actually, this feels more like the drill. This is more like the bell, I guess. This is a bit more subtle. You can see visually it kind of shakes as well. This is kind of the unwinding yo-yo. This feels like the unwinding yo-yo. And then we match the yo-yo. Okay, great. This is the really... Oh, nope. This is more intense, actually. Noticeably more intense. This is bouncy. I think it's kind of like the bouncy basketball. Oh, we shouldn't have clicked on that one a second time without knowing where we're going. This kind of feels like a light rattle, like the rattle of the key. I didn't really get a good feel on this one now either. Okay, this one now feels like it matches the drill. Yeah. This is the bouncy basketball. This one is the single stroke of the golf club. This one is kind of buzzy. I wonder if it's meant to be the bell or the... Oh, I see. No, this is clockwork. This is a clockwork wind-up mechanism. And that's... Actually, no, that's the bell. I guess that's supposed to be the bell. It doesn't really feel like a bell. And yeah, this kind of has this irregular rattle to it. But we managed to get both medals. Okay. Let's see the next difficulty, if we can unlock it. Is there an additional difficulty? Let's see. I mean, this one's called 6 pairs. Surely there's a bigger one. Matching pairs and rumbles to masterful display. Oh no, we have to read the whole haiku to really get a sense of it. You worked so quickly. Matching pairs and rumbles to masterful display. I hope you had fun. Thank you for playing this game. Rumble on, my friend. So maybe it's just one difficulty. Okay, never mind then. And the Rumble Haiku Master. Okay, so yeah, we can't afford this one yet, so we are finished everything that we can in this section because we can't do the one with the VRR slider currently. And yeah, so previously we had 100% on these areas. Right, because we finished the pixel hunt in 4K. All right, let's return the lost item, and then we'll think about proceeding to Area I after that, because we've seen the unlock point for it. So Let's be like a fast-traveling museum god and return to the information center. Welcome. Thanks for visiting the Lost and Found desk. I have a feeling that somewhere out there, a lost item longs for its home. Okay, so before we do anything else, since we are back in Section A, let's do the next difficulty up of the available games here, or at least one of them, just to break up the pace a little bit. Dodge the Spike Balls 3, Twin UFOs. Up until Part 2, you only had to pilot one spaceship, but in Part 3, you'll be controlling two at the same time. So I guess this is where we have the dual mouse mode. Which is, again, where you get into control schemes that are not just a replica of what you can do with a regular mouse. So, hold a Joy-Con 2 controller in each hand as you would a mouse. Now, here, because there's a single cursor on the screen, we don't want to touch one of them yet. But now we have both down on the surface. Select stars while controlling two UFOs. Okay. And we don't want to get bumped. Whoa. And then ran into that one. Only got as far as 16. Respectable. You kind of have to have your eyes in both places. That's the thing. It's a bit of a synchronization problem. Dodging, I think, is quite a bit harder than collecting simply because, well... Let's see. Now, we can afford to hold things a little loosely. We don't need a button on top, so we don't need a grip that has our finger on the button. It's actually a little easier if you have a bit of a loose grip just on the side of the Joy-Con, knowing that you don't need to press any buttons. And then, so I'm just trying to adjust my grip a bit to kind of have a dual response here on both sides. Of course, if you really want to cheat it, you can just have a local co-op partner, and that's something I'm sure is just as encouraged as it was for that other game, the Touch 10. Okay, we got 27. That's respectable. Yeah, it's okay to miss some stars, as long as you put safety first. Now, can we afford what is reputedly the hardest game in the collection yet? Let's see. Such elegant mouse handling. We can't. But that requires 99, and so that is some ways off. And yeah, with the activities that we can't do or demonstrate yet, I wonder how close we can get to 99. Obviously, like the game tells you, if you absolutely need to unlock something and you don't have the accessories to get certain medals, and there is something that you can use as a bypass input to get the medals, but we'll see if that's actually necessary to get 99. It might not be, so. Instead, let's do this game. Oh, this is going to be Find a Rumble. Difficulty 3. Strongest Rumble 3. False positives. So I guess now maybe it's not a sort of monotonically increasing surface. You'll have to deal with fake vibrations. What would be a fake vibration? But do not let these deceptions fool you. You need only look for the place with the strongest vibration. This is already a bit tricky. Because you have to have a grip on the mouse that really kind of makes sense for feeling the object. Okay, find where the rumble is strongest. Yeah, it's better to grip a little tighter for this. So yeah, you see lots of vibrations all over the place. You feel lots of vibrations, rather, and then you have to ignore them. It's not just a single point that is clearly the strongest. This feels pretty strong, though. This will be our point of comparison up in this corner. This feels stronger, actually. This is more intense, right here. Yeah, this looks like it's absolutely going to be pretty close to the real answer. In fact, there's so much resistance here that it's actually hard to hold the mouse still unless you have a very good grip on it. So we'll find the area where it's really putting up the strongest resistance. It's kind of right around here, but I want to scan around it first to see that we actually get close to the peak. Okay, we're still pretty far off. 103, that's way off. But you can see that there's this map of the different vibration areas, the radius at which you can feel them. So this one, it had a very large radius. And the other ones were decoys that had points that were not so strong. But we just need to navigate a little more patiently to find that epicenter. Yeah, because there will be multiple points to contend with. We'll just kind of scan this way and see if anything really sticks out as a candidate. Nothing much down here. Just trying to get a sense of where the most intense area is. It's this area around here. Yeah, there's an area here that has a bit of rumble to it as well, but this seems quite a bit stronger in this area. Like right around here. We'll check these as well. Okay, so let's scan this area. We'll just try to find the peak. And we'll be a bit more patient with it. Try to see where it falls off. And so we just know what our search space is. Okay, it's pretty intense right about here. We'll just scan around a bit and see if we can get it to increase. Still pretty far, 90 off. Getting within 10 on this is going to take some work. You were watching a streamer earlier. They found a trick to this. It was something to do with math and finding key points in triangle form in order to find the correct center. Yeah, I can see. I don't know if that works for this one, though. Because this one has the decoys that also emanates a signal out of a certain radius. But yeah, we should definitely be using the measurements, using the guides a little bit better here. But you're right. Like I wouldn't know the exact theory, but I think I understand what you're getting at. This is pretty intense here. Yeah, because without any kind of number to look at, it's difficult to kind of remember what some of the key locations are. But we would need to just follow the measurement guide, I think, and see if we can get a fall off that's going to put this in the center of a circle, because we know that it is distributed as an epicenter with kind of circular fall off around it, so it's not some kind of really uneven surface. Which means that you should be able to do it with some kind of triangulation. But yeah, I'd be interested after I do this to see what a more systematic method would be. Because it is something that should have a method to it. So here, for example, we're about 1, 2, 3, 4, off like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it drops off a bit. So about 5 lines up, 5.5 or so. And then let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it doesn't really quite drop off, partly because I think the decoy effect. So it starts to fade this way. Okay, right around here. I'm just following the measurement guides and just kind of reading the lines on either side to see how far I'm traveling to have a roughly equivalent kind of drop. And you know what? That works. 15. That was actually a reasonable method to try this. We can get even closer, of course. But you know what? Before we proceed, let's take a look at the big circle and let's see what the radius is. And we can kind of read that on either side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has a radius of about 7, I think. But, or maybe, I'm just trying to read this. When you look at the large lines, rather, with whatever unit of measurement you want. Like if you look at the large vertical lines on the ruler up top, or the horizontal lines on either side, you can see that a radius is about 6.5 to 7. So if we triangulate within, or not triangulate, but even just kind of go left and right and up and down within that band, when we find a hot spot like this, then we can actually get close. And we would want it to be kind of symmetrical on either side. So let's scan again, just do initial scan. And just find where the vibration it will be. And yeah, here, of course, if it's pretty close to either side, then what happens is that you can't really do the full drop-off of 7 lines anyway. But what we can do is just try to do one axis at a time, like do the x-axis and the y-axis separately until we find something symmetrical, like a center point on both axes. So for example, if you go on the y-axis here, bit of drop off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's going to be somewhere close to here, but let's go either way. So it fades mostly about here. And fades mostly about here, about 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's going to be somewhere in this zone here. Let's try to check the y-axis again. Yeah, it's going to be right around here. When it's mostly faded, then it's about 6 lines from that point, so I'm going to say right around here. Just need to find it. Just going to check the x-axis again. So we're about 3 lines up from the bottom. 2, 3, 5, 6. Yeah, it's somewhere in this zone right here. I'm going to say, once we find the spot on the x-axis, right around here. Let's go with that. 36. Okay, so the method is getting us a little bit closer. We can afford to be a little more precise. And I'm just looking at this here, that I'm wondering how much the answer potentially snaps to the grid as well. Because that could also assist us when it comes to orienting. Yeah, because it kind of looks like here, it's sort of aligned with the short line here. Here, it's kind of aligned with the short line here. So it might be in these kind of half unit increments where it might be placed precisely. Okay, in that case, let's try again. Once again, let's just do the initial scan. Something around here. Seems like a decoy around here too. But the actual intense location is somewhere in this area. Let's just find the drop-off once again. So we kind of check on either side for a drop-off that's about 6 wide. So here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We should have an equivalent drop-off kind of coming towards this end. And then if we're not sort of in the correct position for the y-axis, then we would expect a shorter drop-off than at the widest point. So let's find where it drops off here. Let's go kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6.5 or so. Yeah, right around here. So let's check it side to side again. Third line from the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Drops off. Okay. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we're close. Hang on, let's find where it drops off. Drops off right about here. I know that, you know, without feeling to rumble yourself, this is probably not that watchable, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or so. Yeah, right around here. I'm gonna go with that. Unless, yeah, we'll try this little quadrant here and see within a half whether we can get something precise, like right around here maybe. With that. Oh, way off. 60 off. Okay. Okay. Well, might be a bit of a difficult medal, but... And isn't there like a 4th difficulty pass as well? I didn't see. We'll see. This is a pretty intense zone over here. We will check once again. Okay. Somewhere around here. Let's check this. We'll find where it kind of falls off. It becomes fate, although again, a little tricky when there are decoys. Okay, it drops off right around here. So it's not nearly wide enough. Actually, if we move up and down, we can start to feel where the edge is. This column, I like this column. Now let's see where it drops off. Doesn't quite drop off at all, actually. So we'll try the other way. It's going to be right around here, I think. But let's keep trying. So it's really faint in this location, so we'll try to go up about 6 or 7. The strongest point of resistance. Kind of like this one, but we'll check. Yeah, it drops off a bit. Let's just find the edge. Where we start feeling the edge. Start feeling the edge. I wrote third line down, second line down. Yeah, right around here. I think that's the edge of the circle then. Would place this right around here. 18. So that method was, yeah, so it doesn't really quite align to the grid, but that method is reasonable, just not good enough to get us within 10. We need to scan a little more precisely, but we are at least not hitting, 100 or something like before. We're getting closer to the zone. Okay, let's find it once again. This is a pretty intense zone over here. We'll probably go back to that. And we'll just scan one more time. Somewhere around here. Yeah, you have to find the drop-off, and then you kind of have to figure out where the edge is, basically. Because if it is a circle, now that we know it is circle shaped, it actually helps quite a bit. But again, the decoys are a big problem when it comes to doing this with this method. Just trying to scrape side to side to find the edge of the circle. Kind of have a bit of an edge here. Let's scrape up and down. See where the drop off is. You can still feel it. But again, the decoys are a problem. However, that is actually a much more plausible edge than what we had before. It does feel more intense up here, though. So I wonder what we did wrong. Could be a decoy that is creating that effect. It's comparing 2 points. Sometimes we just need to compare 2 points quickly, I think, just to see what is likelier. Yeah, the thing is, I don't quite know if this area is more intense or this one is. Maybe we're getting closer to the center and we just haven't found it yet. Okay, so there's a bit of a curve here. It drops off a bit. Scrape it for the edge. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to stick with this column, I think. This is getting close. We'll just find where it drops off here as well. And scrape the edge, scrape the edge. Where do we feel it? Again, the decoys would be frequent enough to throw me off here. But I like something in this area, we just haven't quite located it yet. Here is pretty intense, right here. Right here, maybe. Still somewhat off. 41. Wow. Yeah, 10 is going to be difficult. We're at least kind of within the zone, but... Okay, do a quick scan. Somewhere around here. So we find where the rumble falls off, then we just kind of scrape for the edge. Scrape for the edge, see where we're at the edge of the circle yet. Just kind of feel our way across. And not get disturbed by too many decoys. So it's somewhere in this area here, we just haven't quite found it. This is about 7 out. No. Yeah, it's somewhere around here. Drops off. Go the edge a little bit. Not really able to isolate it yet. Somewhere here, you can kind of feel it. We'll just go down a little bit, see if we can find the most intense point on this axis at least. And then... Is it getting any more intense here? Maybe, I don't know. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have a bit of a drop off here. Okay. So now let's find the vertical axis. I like this on the x-axis, but I haven't quite found it. I'll let it drop off a bit first. Right around here. Just want to see where it falls off again. Right around here. Just need to find a spot now. It's going to be somewhere in this quadrant. We're making here, we just can't quite pick out where it's most intense just yet. It's quite noisy on my desk, actually. It's one thing that you're not quite picking up on stream. 27. I don't know if we can get 10 on this. This is... You know, within 30 for the first medal, okay. We've done it several times, but... This is very, very tricky. We could be stuck here a while. Of course, we did have one where in the first difficulty we locked out and got within 1. That was just with a single axis. Looks like it's this area this time. But we'll scan, just be careful. It's not hard to find the one that's not the false positive. It's more that if you do have the false positives hanging around, it's more difficult to find where the edge of the circle is. Let's just draw in a little bit closer. Somewhere along here. Just going to do a quick scan around just to make sure nothing else is bothering us there. Yeah, it feels like it's pretty close to whatever this side is here. If we just kind of make concentric circles out to see if we can find a stronger point. A couple of different methods we could try, perhaps. Somewhere along here, I want to say. Let's check the vertical axis. Drops off a little bit over here. Let's try to scrape for the circle, which is not a reliable method, again, with the decoys in play. Okay, so it's about 6 down there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drop off here. Means we're not quite centered yet. We can find a more intense location on either side here. Possibly right here. Let's see. Fades this way. Let me just check this once again. Fades a bit here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And right around here, maybe? I'm just imagining where the circle is and using that as our guide. It's hard to keep one axis stable, that's the issue. If you were able to kind of pin down one axis and just scrape on the other one consistently, it would be easier to find, much easier. Well, let's see. Drops off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, it kind of drops off here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's move along here. Yeah, the thing is I lost my spot. I lost the spot that I'd found. So right around halfway. Okay, it fades here. Right around here. Let's go that. Way off. Way off. Okay. Best one so far, 15. That already felt pretty tough. And we did have a method going, it's just that we've been slipping from it a bit, I think. We'll find a spot. Somewhere around here. Maybe. There's another location around here as well we need to compare. Seems like this area is a little more intense. Just trying to find where the circle would be. Just trying to trace the edge of it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Drops off about here. Right around here, maybe. That's about, what, 4.5 lines down. Let's find where it drops off here. Find the most intense part of this vertical axis. It should be kind of on the edge of a circle. We want to find where the vibrations are gone, where the most intense. Just trying to feel the edge of the circle here. That's what I'm doing, because it does drop off around the side. Let's go 3 here. 3 here, like that. And at that point it was kind of 3 wide. Then let's see. Should be right around here. But I'm going to check the drop off on the other side just to be sure. Actually, yeah, we were not at a peak yet. Right around here, in fact, it's quite a bit further. Let's check the drop off on the right side again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Drops off a bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This was what we were looking for. Yeah, here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. Yeah, again, really hard to maintain a stable position on one axis. If we could do it, then have some consistency too. I'm trying to feel this out. Drops off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right around here, I think. It drops off here. Somewhere right around here. Now let's actually feel it to corroborate. Let's just feel the rumble a bit to corroborate where we are. It's very, very intense at this location. I don't know how close we are. Feels like it really kind of peaks right around here. Just pushing my controller quite a bit. I just find the most intense part and just really try to focus down on it. Have a lot of finesse to it. I have noticed a minor increase somewhere along the way because we were on the correct axis. That time we were exactly on the correct axis for the Y position. We were off for the X position. We probably should have triangulated that one just a little bit further. But we got one of the axes down perfectly in terms of the kind of scraping the edge of the circle method. You can see that on the right side of the circle. We found where the edge was, and there was no interference from any other decoy there, which is why we were able to do that. And so, using that as a reference point, we were able to find the y-axis exactly. That method doesn't quite work with the x-axis here, simply because there's so much interference on the other edges, I think. But for one axis, at least we had the right idea. It was just very difficult to check afterwards. Because we were trying to move along the x-axis, but we couldn't maintain a consistent y position the way we wanted. Yeah, and Mario... is the third medal actually 1? Because with the first activity, when we actually did get the third medal, you had to get within 3. And I actually did get 1. But that was for the one that was a single axis. But yeah, that's why, again, they don't count the third medal towards 100%. It's like they want to give you some kind of bonus acknowledgement if you are, in fact, that good. And every time we've gotten a third medal in this game, they have an extra blurb of text as well. But they will let you feel good about getting 100% if you do, in fact, surpass that. So... yeah, but so basically, you know, if you want to do a true 100% for the bragging rights on YouTube or whatever, you get the third medal. But it will say 100% in the game if you only get 2. So the third one is very much, you know, something you do for the bragging rights. Anyway, let's find a spot again. So yeah, that time, like I said, we were dead on just about for one of the 2 axes. We can apply a similar method. We could just scrape a little more cautiously. We would have been able to find it somewhere around here. Falls off here. Doesn't really fall off at all on this side, which means that it might not be the full circle. Let's see. Again, we're going to try to scrape the edge. It's a bit of a fall off again. Just want to scrape the edge of the circle if we can find it. Yeah, there is an edge. Actually, you know what? If we want to be consistent about it, let's just go all the way to the edge. Because then it's easier to just budge against the right side and find a center point that way. So we find where we start making contact. We start making contact with Rumble right around here. We find a drop off. Drops off completely right around here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drops off completely here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 3, 4. So we're going to be on this line here. 5th line from the bottom. We see a minor vibration. We feel it. And the minor vibration has about a radius of 3. So let's start going. First line. 2. Yeah. First line, 1. Did I say 4? Hang on. Let's do this again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, right here. 2, 3, 4. We want to stay on that y-axis position as much as possible. 5. I lost count. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this looks like it's about to peak. But we'll try to let it fall off on the other side to be sure. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It falls off right around here. Wait, hang on. Let's check this again. Falls off right around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Feels like it's right around this spot. But we're going to check it by going up 7 and seeing if the circle falls off. 2, 3. Well, hang on. Start in this position. Be consistent. Feels a bit more intense in this spot here, actually. Well, let's just scan this axis first. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. Kind of drops off here. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right around here. This is our hypothesis position. So what we do is we try to go up by about 7 and see if it falls off the circle. And we scrape the top for the circle once we get there. Yeah, that's good. That's good, actually. Now we just kind of scrape here to find the circle. We're right on the tip of the circle. Right on the tip. Just need to find where we make contact. So 1, 2, 3. Again, the decoys are a problem for this. But if we go around here, let's try to find a tip of the circle, just trying to find where the curve is. Just have to feel it. Oh, wait, there's a timer. Come on. No. I didn't know there was a timer. And actually, yeah, we actually had to write, okay, no. That was frustrating. We had to correct y-axis position that time. I didn't get back down there fast enough because there was a timer, but we actually did get the y-axis dead on. I was trying to find the top of the circle. You can see why there's a problem there, because when I was trying to trace the top of the circle, we ran into interference with this one. So that threw me off here. I didn't know there was a timer. This is the first time we hit that. But yeah, we absolutely got this. We absolutely got this. And actually, I was trying to check this position. We were somewhere in here. I was trying to go up and down. I was trying to find the top of the circle. We actually did have it for a moment. But I was trying to verify, and we lost it. So next time I need to remember a bit more precisely what our target position is in case we run into a timer. Then we can return to the target position quickly if we already have a first guess. But we were approaching that the right way. That's the frustrating thing about it. So, okay. There's a bit of an intense spot over here. So we'll just check for other ones. Okay. Right here. This area. Now, again, we try to drop off the circle and find the edge of the circle. It's a little more intense here, in fact. Let's see if it falls off up top. So we can just check the most intense part of this axis where we're totally aligned. It totally falls off here. Right around here. Okay, might be the midpoint. So we're 5.5 lines from the right of this Find the Strongest Rumble label. We find where it falls off here. Then here we scrub for the edge of the circle. There's a very small edge, and we just find the midpoint of that edge. Yeah, okay, so 5 lines from this Find the Strongest Rumble label. Then we go maybe like 7 spots up from here. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right around here. Let me check the top. 1. Yeah, let's check it from this side. 1, 2, 4, 5. Somewhere in this zone here. Again, let's find the bottom of the circle where it drops off, and we'll trace our way back up. Right around here. That's the edge. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right around here. So 5 lines down that way, 5 lines across this way. We're going to go with that spot. 15. It's still 15. Okay, so we matched our best. We matched our best. That's the method, but we matched our best. But it's still slightly off. Well, I mean, we're kind of guessing across according to the grid, and I don't know if we could have found a better way to check. Again, so let me see if I can demonstrate with the mouse. What we were doing was we found this spot that was intense. We went down here and we just scrubbed here to try to find the edge of the circle. And of course, when you're scrubbing the edge of the circle, you're going to have 1 or 2 lines wide as you're trying to feel it out. And I was trying to locate that center point. And initially, I actually said 5.5, right? And I revised that to 5. It was actually right in between those two. Right in between my original guess for the x-axis and my revised guess. We should have kind of averaged into it. Because, like, basically, I found this position. I scrolled down. I scrubbed. I revised it at this position because we thought that was new midpoint. I moved back up. And we actually did find exactly the center point for the y-axis. We had the y-axis dead on. We were just 15 off for the x-axis. This also tells me, incidentally, that each line would be about... okay, no, it's 15 because each one of these would be 1. 100, rather. Yeah, each marking is 100, each half marking is 50. Or, no, that's not correct. Each... This is 15. 15, 20... well, I don't know. I don't know. Let's try again. Doesn't matter, as long as we find it. Actually, we're getting better at this, but 15's not quite there yet. Haven't found it. Might be around, I don't know, it feels rather weak there. Feels stronger around here, actually. But again, that might be a decoy. It's too close to the center. It's not that intense either. Don't have the candidate position yet at all this time, so maybe around here. Seems to drop off though. Let's check this again. Oh yeah, it's around here. Okay. Let's try this again. Again, let's first of all feel out the circle on top, so we're perfectly aligned. So it drops off right around here. Drops off right around here. That's about 9 wide. So you do a 4.5 to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. So that's about 4.5 from this point here, where you kind of have a drop off, maybe. No, that's not right. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 drops off here. Okay. 2, 3, 4, right here. Okay, so it's 3.5 from the label. And you feel it faintly. So now let's go down. 2, 3. Feels like it's somewhere here, but we'll try to locate it. So we're at about 3.5. We try to find the edge of the circle. Don't feel anything here, so this is empty, which is good for purposes. Because then we can kind of scrape left and right. Corroborate that this is more or less the center point we're looking for. It drops off completely, then we count about 7 spaces up. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3.5 here. Oops. Oh, lost it. Now, if this is correct, then if we go 7 to the left, then that should drop off to... Oh, lost it. This position here, right? Wait, hang on. Let me do this again. Drops off here. Don't feel it all here, really. Start to feel it right around here. About 2 wide, yeah. I don't know about that. Yeah, it's so hard to maintain it in a stable position. Like where you stabilize one axis. But we want to count 7 up from here, so... So the line would be 5.5 on the left side. So given that, let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go 5.5 down on the left side. That's going to be right around here. We should be able to find the edge of the circle this way as well. In fact, let's scrape this way. And we scrape it a little bit closer. Start feeling the edge right around here. Feel the edge. Yeah, it's somewhere close here. We just need to find where it is. I'm going to say right here. Overshot once again, and again, a bit of the time pressure there. Yeah, okay, so... That time we should have revised the x-axis slightly. The y-axis was, again, dead on. Pretty much dead on, like within 5-ish or so. Wonder if there's a fourth difficulty for this. I can't imagine it's going to be much more intense than this. Yeah, too bad about the time limit. Did come as a bit of a surprise. I mean, this takes a lot of finesse, right? So, okay, this is a pretty intense spot here. We just need to, once again, find the edge of the circle. Let's go top. And just find what kind of range we're looking at. You can still feel it at the corner. So 1, 2, 3. I just want the circle to drop off a bit. So, for example, here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hang on. We just want it equivalent to this. Drops off right around here. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It'll be right around this position. Need to find the strongest center point here. Okay, now we move down. Line 4 on X. We find where it drops off. Drops off right around here. Now we try to scrape the edge of the circle. Again, we don't know where the decoys are, and that's a problem. We're trying to find it this way, but just gonna scrub the circle. Scrub the circle. Can't really get it that way. Let's see if we can go 7 to the right and see if on this Y position that gets us the drop off that we're looking for. So we're 4 down or across. We should be able to scrape the edge of the circle again here, but again, like there are definitely decoys going on. Feel we're close. Again, we need to find the edge of the circle down here. Finding the edge. Trying to trace it. Where it just nudges ever so slightly. Again, if we could keep one axis consistent, this would be so much easier. Yeah, we're still going with this one then. Oh, whoops. I'm way off. Okay. So it's around here. I just need to go with something. Or we'll be doing this for quite a while longer. Don't actually know what's strongest here, this thing. It's a little strong here. And we need to find the drop. Where does it drop? Stop feeling around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we're going to this. It's still off. Once again, one of the axes was dead on. So we've been consistently getting the y-axis pretty much correct. It's some kind of readjustment, and I should have trusted the readjustment because I actually kind of felt when we were scraping the edge of the circle, I kind of felt like this was the new center, but it seemed way off from what we had before. And yeah, you see where I got into trouble with the decoy. I was trying to count 7 to the right to find where the drop-off was on this side of the circle. But this side of the circle, you don't feel drop-off completely because of interference from this circle. So I was trying to find this edge, but we couldn't quite feel it. I did find this edge, but I didn't completely trust it. And we should have trusted it by about this margin, as you can see. But once you found this, you count up by 7, and we got the y-axis, again, pretty much dead on. So there's just one further refinement step that we need to do, essentially, to really make this work. Feels like there's an area over here. I'm going to give my wrists a rest from this at some point because using the Joy-Con mouse for this long is not healthy. We'll have to potentially bail on this and take a break from it just because, like, having this rumble against your hands for so long with your wrist in that position to make all these careful movements can be a bit of a strain risk. Looks like we're looking at this area. Okay, once again, let's start on the edge so we have a consistent location. Drops off completely here. Pretty wide curve, actually. Drops off completely around here. It doesn't quite drop off completely here, so it's going to be a little bit asymmetrical. We'll find a drop-off point. We try to find maybe one away from that. With a small pulse. We have a bit of a pulse in this corner. We have no pulse at all here. About an equivalent pulse here. So we find whatever is centered vertically from here. So it is going to be 5, 6. Hang on. Okay, fourth line. Because that's 5 down from the top, fourth line. So that would be when you're centering that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then this kind of drops off. That wasn't quite right. Drops off completely here. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 5, actually. So let's say this is our axis here. Now we try to find a center point up here. Just let it drop. Trying to find something that feels like this. It didn't completely drop here. It's a bit of a small pulse once again. I find something that feels like that. Not the complete drop off. It drops off completely here. Start feeling a bit here. Start feeling a bit more equivalent around here. So given that, we're kind of visualizing the circle, 5 lines down being the center, as our hypothesis may be. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. 1, 2, 3.5. Okay, let's go 3.5 and go 5 down. Like here. Now we count an additional 7 down to see if it drops off completely at that point. As expected. Now let's scrape for the edge of the circle right here. Scrape for the edge. Again, there might be some interference. Drops off here. There's definitely some interference there. Okay, let's try to scrape the circle. Scrape the circle. Now let's go this way. So we're thinking 5 lines down, about 3.5 lines over. We really have to check this by going to the left 7 spots, maybe 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, scrape for the edge of the circle. This drops off completely in this location, so might be a bit off. Start feeling the edge right around here. Yeah, we have to revise our edge a little bit. I think it's going to be closer to this 4.5. Okay, I lost my position. Hang on. We're going to go right around here. Not quite. Actually, yeah, once again, we... Okay, so I did kind of find... I definitely kind of found this. I sort of found this when I was scraping this edge, and I should have revised up a little bit when I felt that the center was a bit off of where I thought it was. But we were actually a little bit off in both axes that time. Yeah, I don't know if we can do this, but we might just have to come back. This time I can't even find the biggest spot yet. Somewhere around here. Top left seems to be the way to go. Okay, in that case, once again, let's scrape each axis at a time to find a center point. You can feel a little bit of a pulse here, so it's still within the circle somewhat. Drops off completely at this location. So we want to find something that feels exactly like this one. It's going to be about here, so we go about halfway from that. There's 5.5 lines there. It's about 2 1/4, let's say, right here. Now we go down. Now let's scrub this way to find a center point here. Now this drops off down here. So we can kind of feel the edge of the circle at this point. In fact, if we go 2.5 over it here, then we can try to find the bottom of the circle. Feel the bottom of the circle. Feel the bottom. Where is it? Yeah, just trying to get a feel for it. Except there is a decoy down there. Feel it, feel it, feel it. Yeah, there's a little bump here. Pretty close to the corner this time, actually. Plausibly so, almost. Fun to drop off on this axis. Drops off here. Really that close? Doesn't seem right. I'm trying to feel the edge of the circle on this side. We totally can't feel it. Bit of a blank in this spot here, though. Drops off in intensity quite a bit here. Maybe we're just totally following a red herring and just doing one of the small circles, and I just don't even know it. Because there is a vibration here. Maybe there's a bigger one elsewhere, and we're just totally hunting for the wrong one. Because it seems like we kind of found a small circle, but... yeah, it feels like there's a bigger one here. We were totally hunting a small circle. That's what happened. There's actually a much more intense one here. Yeah, much clearer, in fact. Okay, in that case, let's try to find... okay, this is complete blank, like complete empty space over here. We'll zigzag here until we find the edge of a circle. We can kind of start skimming an edge here. Start feeling it at this line. There's about 4 wide here. Where it drops off, so... about here, this kind of feels like the tip. Need, once again, a consistent exposition. We spent so long on this one, though. We'll probably run into time or trouble simply because we spent so long hunting that first circle. I'm gonna feel it. Pretty close. It's right around here. Let's just guess. Off, but we were rushing it at the end, as we expected to. Yeah, we were totally hunting the wrong circle. You see, this is actually a fairly big one over here, but it had a radius of about 4. And we found it. It's just that for the longest time we thought it was the big one. And when the edges didn't seem to indicate a circle of that size, then I realized that it couldn't be right. Also because it wasn't as intense as some of the peaks that we found earlier. Okay, we'll try it again. We'll try to hunt for the correct circle earlier this time. And something intense over here. Over here, in fact. Seems to be the peak. Right around here. If that's the case, then we should hunt for the edges this way. First of all, nothing here. Total blank. Yeah, totally clear on that side. Totally clear here. Zigzag a bit until we find the edge of the circle. We found the edge right around here. Yeah, we're feeling the edge right here. Over about a band of 2 or so. Which means we should be right around this line. What is that? 5.5 down. Hang on, let me feel it again. I have to, once again, maintain a totally consistent x-axis position to do this, because otherwise we just kind of step onto the circle. Yeah, because I can feel a circle edge right along here. We got about here. 5.5 down. Now that's 1.5 this way. We add 7 there. 5.5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 to 7 or so. So right around here. It should be correct. Now let's check the fall off on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, let it fall off right around here. Close. So close. We should have double checked the edge on the right side. But again, the method that we used was, so we saw total blank here. We moved to centimeter at a time, total blank, total blank. Here we started feeling the edge. So I felt the edge, and then I pinpointed the y-axis, and I got it perfectly right that time. We scrubbed it, we just measured incorrectly from there, because from here we could have measured 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, we overshot a bit. Should have been 6.5, because when you start feeling it, it's already within 7. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we've been counting 7. We should be counting about 6.5 to adjust for that. And we would have been dead on. So I just miscounted the radius, I think, of what we're dealing with. Yeah, 6, kind of 6.5 to 7. That's what we should be counting for. And so when I went to check the edge here, we started hitting the false positive from this circle, and that's why it was interfering with my reading of that edge. And so I couldn't quite find my way back. Okay. Scrub for the target. Pretty intense one over here, but let's check just in case. Looks like it's kind of going to be in this area. Yeah, so this is the candidate area. Let's just find a spot that looks pretty bumpy, feels pretty bumpy. Let's scrape for the circle. This is totally blank. This you feel a bit here. Like this corner is kind of blank. Start feeling it right around here. And there's a drop off right around here. Okay, so this is, okay, this is blank. Go one at a time. Start feeling the edge right around here. So let's find the edge of the circle. Let's go about half. Right on this line. So this position, or X position, I feel nothing. Right around here, there's a little bump. So in the first line, we would have a bump that's, yeah, nothing here, and then you start feeling it right around here. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, falls off there. Falls off here. Okay. So right around here, then. This is the edge of the circle. And we count 5, 6.5-ish. Right around here. Then we just try to find the bottom of the circle, maybe. Just try to count up from there. I kind of like this spot. Close. 30. Yeah, we should have... once again, we got one axis pretty close to what we wanted. This, I was kind of scraping up, then we should double check this edge. So I went to the first marker here. I started scraping this, and we started feeling it here. It was counted something about 5 wide what I was feeling, and then we found this area here. I don't think I was quite dead on. So we knew to scan starting from about here, and then we moved over, and then once again we just got one axis but not the other. Wow, this is going to take some time. Okay, I found something around here. That seems to be what to look for, but we'll check. I have to find that peak, so we're not dealing with decoy. Yeah, actually, this is kind of a minor peak. There's a bigger one elsewhere, I think. Right around here. Yeah, the things that you're dealing with the mouse is it's very difficult to maintain a consistent position. I wish I could control the D-pad and still feel the rumble. Then we could just have a digital input going left and right, up and down, and then... I mean, that would make it too easy in some ways, but... the inconsistency of holding your position on one axis or another is what is making this difficult. So... because it's very difficult to actually check your theory that way. So we found, let's say this is the circle around here somewhere, then we should be able to feel the bottom of the circle if we scrub along here. We should look for a drop off around here. This drops off right around here. Nothing, 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 and then something, something, something. But then you hit a decoy around here. So that doesn't help. So let's try to find a center by going here. Again, kind of drops off here. Drops off here. So we try to find a center point between the two. Nine, so about 4.5 here. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. Yeah, it drops off in this location pretty much. You go to the one that feels like this, where it's right on the edge. It's about equivalent here, so we'll go 4.5. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. So if we're in this position for X, it's a little hard to count, but if you look at the find the strongest rumble label at the top, then it's 4.5 to the right of that. So we'll try to visualize it in that way, and then try to find where that drops off, starting from the top. Except it feels a decoy somewhere in here, so... kind of drops along here. This area is empty, it feels nothing, so just top of the circle right around here. And then let's count like... so that's starting 3 down. Let's count like 6.5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 or so. And then we'll try to do this part by feel. Just to kind of verify what we're feeling here, because I think it's kind of right around this point. Yeah, you still have to trust your senses. Of course, you can't just do it by the circle method. But let's see how much of a drop-off we have off of that. Still feel it a little bit here, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. Should be right around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-ish. So we want to find a point that feels equivalent to when it's at the bottom like this. Right around here, and then so then you go down from there. Like, or you kind of do it by symmetry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We should have had numbers on these lines that would have been useful. But I'm thinking it's right around here. So we just need to feel it to get it as precise as we can go and not be distracted by the timer. 27. This benchmark is very difficult. I mean, at least we're getting under 30 a lot of the time, but... yeah, this is definitely the most difficult second medal that we've had so far out of anything we've done, I think. By a very, very long shot. Because I wind up sending the whole stream on this. So we found something here. Yeah, descriptive is... I mean, I got 15 again on my best try, but... I've been on it a while. And my wrist is beginning to tense up a little bit. I'm actually letting my controller go right now. You can see the rumble is just shaking my controller on the table and sending it down. But I might actually just need to give my wrist a break from this, because, you know, you have to hold it tightly to really feel the rumble, and the mouse movement is going to feel a bit cramped after a certain point. So I found something intense here. Let me just double check it. Double check the board. Yeah, something intense over here. It was really deep in the center. It's actually a little bit harder. Oh, this actually feels more like it over here. Yeah, this is actually a much stronger point. That's why we check. Yeah, the real candidate is going to be over here somewhere. Then we check then we do the circle method. We try to check for the edge of the circle to find where the drop-off is. Or where the center of the intensity is. A small pulse over here. We try to find an equivalent pulse up top. It's very faint, like that. Yeah. So this feels just like the bottom left corner. So we count 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So go down 5. Here. 5 lines up from the bottom. 5 lines up to the bottom. Now we check this corner. And try to find an equivalent pulse. So this feels like the bottom left. So that's going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 over. So that means 4. 4, and 5. Here, this is our candidate. So now we double check. We check up by 7 more. Right here. And as expected, that's where you have a bit of a drop off. Then we kind of scrape the top of the circle. Then we try to go right on this line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We just try to scrape the side of the circle. Barely feel it here. We have to do a bit of an adjustment. I'm trying to scrape the right side of the circle. That's what I'm doing. Just to find the symmetry point. But there are decoys, of course, and makes it a bit of a nuisance. You know what? We're just going to go with this. Let me just scan this quickly, because we might be off by about half a notch right now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Again, we should be counting 6.5 rather than 7 from the point at which we feel it. This one is like total blank. This, you start feeling it. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 or so. So a little higher than what we had previously. Oh, way off. Off by 1. You know, no, my initial guess was correct. My initial one was correct. We tried to recalibrate and we were wrong. But the way I was doing it by circle symmetry, like where I found the center between here and here, that gave me this line. I found this edge and then I revised up a little bit and I overcorrected. But we actually had it at first. We had it pretty much dead on initially. I just kind of second-guessed the method, and that was not good. But yeah, if the circle is going to be something that touches both edges, then we can do it by symmetry easily by just bunching up against the edge. And then that is actually information we can trust, because at least we finally have the consistency that we're looking for. There's a pretty intense spot over here. It's probably where the candidate is. Some other strong points over here, though. Hang on, let's do this again. Not too fast because we just run right over it. Seems like it's right around here. Doesn't mean that the circle is too far out to use our method from earlier, though, because, yeah, here you feel nothing. Here, there's something in the corner, but it's a decoy. You go from kind of feeling nothing to here. I don't know about that. Like, I'm not ballparking this at all. Let's try to go up top. So there's nothing here. Nothing here, and we try to get it in the middle between those two. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so we go 5 right from here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Difficult to visualize where that line is. We just kind of let it drop off a bit. And there's a decoy down there, so we can't do this scrape very well. So we just got to do this one by feel, I think. It's intense all the way here. But when you go down to the bottom of the circle, around here, there's definitely a decoy somewhere around there. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 or so. Right around here. Oh, I think it's very tempting to just let go of the mouse and adjust, but... How close are we? 15. That's the third time we've hit 15. And yeah, you can see where the interference was coming from the bottom circle, where when I was going down, I've had a little trouble finding the edge because we were within the zone of the other one. We've hit 15 3 times. And again, this time the circle was so far out, I couldn't use the edge method because you just hit dead air over here, right? So we managed to find the x-axis center with the method that I used here, where I just try to find what feels like this point. Where I find, okay, this is where it drops off completely. What feels like this point? You find it on the other side, you divide by half. You get it. And then we tried to find the center this way, but then this ran into interference. And I couldn't quite get it. But if this circle were touching both edges, we would have been able to do that centering method here and here. And that's where we actually would have gotten it dead on with the previous attempt where I kind of overcompensated a bit too much. So sometimes you just need to get a lucky draw, I think, where you get one that allows you to have a totally consistent method. So ideally we get one where there's a circle that kind of gives me this method on one edge, the same method on the other edge, and then we find the point and we don't have too much interference to mess with that. I'm just taking a moment to take a sip of a beverage and rest my wrist. I wonder if we should even change hands. Change to the other hand. And maybe give that a go. I'm going to do it, actually. We're going to use the other hand. Which might be a bad idea because I just don't have as good mouse control over it. But I just need to give myself a rest. Okay, so nothing here. You feel something here. Now, on the edge, nothing at all. Just dead air over here. You move one over, you start feeling something. Okay, no, I can't do it with this hand. That's just not good enough control. Unfortunately, I don't think you're allowed to switch hands once you... Are you? No, you can't switch hands. It detects which hand you start with, and you have to keep it. So you know what? Let's just restart this one. Oh, except you have to exit, in fact, and get back in with the hand of your choice. You know what? You weren't far off target there. I need a break from this one. Did you feel the intensity of the rumble? Yes, very much so. Okay, let me take a look at what we're doing here. We've spent way too long on that one. It's the first one I've actually had to bail out on with the second medal, but it is the highest difficulty for that one, at least. We know that. We'll be back in this zone many times because we have to return the lost items. And we have to eventually do the 99. So we hit 15 3 times. Okay, let's try to have one more good attempt. I feel like I say that a lot when it comes to other things like Mario Maker, but it's true here too. Yeah, let's just go to proper attempt, because I wanted to do one anyway with the dominant hand. Okay, let's find where the strongest point is. Feels like it's around here, but we'll scan just to be sure. Yeah, there's a strong point over here as well, so that's why we have to check. This one feels stronger. Now, we can feel the circle a little bit here. So let's find where it drops off. Corner, you have a very faint pulse. Very, very faint. This drops off completely here. Here you feel that really faint pulse, just a minor vibration. So we try to get in the middle of these two. Drops off here. Start to feel it here. So that's going to be 8.5 divided by 2, so you get like 4.25 right here. Now let's check this in. Very faint one here, a bit more intense going here. And then, oh, the wide part of the circle. What do we say, 4.5 on this side? Yeah, so got a wide part of the circle here. Let's see where it falls off. Falls off right here, completely falls off. Then you start feeling it faintly here. That is how many lines up from the bottom? 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 here. 4.5 here. This time I'm just going to trust my method. And let's not make further revisions. Let's actually just trust the centering method and let's see what this is. Pretty close, actually. So, yeah, I could have revised that further. But even if you do a rough guess from the method I was using, you actually get reasonably close. The issue is that, of course, when you're feeling this and feeling this, I did kind of find the equivalent point here, but I was off by a little bit on both axes. So, you know, when you feel a little bit on the corner, you really have to be very perceptive about what the equivalent is on the other side when you're trying to find a symmetry point. But then, as you can see, we actually got 125 really quickly just by using that method. It's just that we had to figure out how to refine it and check the accuracy. Yeah, haven't found it yet. Something big around here. But also around here. This one's the bigger one, though. And this time it's pretty far out, so let's try to find the midpoint on top. So this here, like this is where it drops off. Completely blank. Very minor vibration here, so 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 completely drops off here. Still drops off here. Faint hum here. It's about 10.5, so we go about 5.25 from here. Right around here. Now we, this is really difficult to see in terms of how many lines were off from this side. Line 11, I think. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's very intense in this location, in fact. Ugh, we've totally lost our position here. Now it drops off here. We'll try to search for the edge of the circle. Feel the shape of the circle. Right around here. Then from this location, which is about 2.5 up, we count about 7 up. So I think it's right around here. That's about 5.5 down. Now, with that, we check either side. So about 4 across and 5.5 down. Let's see, this should drop off right around here. right here is where it's supposed to drop off. And then that means that we go right around here. Okay. Stream title is Foreshadowing 19. Yeah, we need to revise the vertical position slightly. As you can see, there was a bit of a red herring when it's scraping the circle here, too, when I was trying to find the edge. We had a bit of interference here. Yeah, this turned out to be quite a lot of HD rumble. Absolute mountain of HD rumble. Okay, found something intense here. If this is the candidate, we will have a pretty decent position this time, actually, for the circle method. Assuming that actually is the one, because, again, there are some red herrings. We need to really be sure that this is the most intense one. So, for example, we scrape this way. Do a small pulse here. Small pulse here. Drops off here. So this would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We go 4 over. Wait, no. Drops off here. I'm gonna feel it a little bit here. About 7, so 3.5. Here. Now let's scrape this side. Intense over here. And then drops off right around here. 3 up from the bottom. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so go 6 up. That gives you pretty much the 6th line down. Completely forgot what was at 3.5 over here. And about the 6th line down. Now we should check it and revise. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this drops off here. We need to find the bottom of the circle. This is the bottom of the circle right here. And make sure we find the symmetry. Let's say you're 2 lines up here, then you go scrape. Try to find where it drops off. Very difficult to do it. Yeah, we're just gonna go with that. 11. I mean, that's within the margin of error where it's like my hand just shook slightly at the last moment because of the vibration from the rumble and it just threw me off, right? Or that could be the excuse. I mean, it could have gone in either direction, but this is just one little rumble bounce off from being correct. It is a new record, though. And the method clearly works when you have this kind of position. You see, this was very clean. This is very clean. No interference here, no interference here. We just find a center. Find a center. Can't believe how close that was. There's a candidate over here. It goes without saying we're not doing the third metal for this one. Looks like there's an intense point over here, but right around here, in fact. Okay, let's find the top of the circle. Drops off here, nothing here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Drops off here, so we'll go 5 over 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many lines over in total are we? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, I think. So we try to stay on this axis. And we find our way down. Drops off right around here. But there is a decoy. Find the bottom of the circle. And this one's hard to visualize. I really wish there were numbers on the ruled guides, because then I can actually remember what I'm looking at. Yeah, because we're way off our initial target. Just because I can't keep track of what number we're looking at up top. Okay. Right around here. Is that a trust a feeling? And again, yeah, because the controller rumbles, when I'm reaching for the button, the controller can shift slightly, right? And if it shifts slightly, we might even be off the intended target that we want to click. Kind of feeling it right here, though. Let's just have a lot of finesse here. It shakes and shakes and shakes. Again, one axis was dead on. The one that we used the edge method on was dead on, as before. But you can see bottom of this circle, you can't actually scrape the edge because of the interference from the other circle. Same idea there as before. So you just really need to feel the intensity here and figure that out appropriately. There might be a way, actually, where if you know how wide this band is here, you know the chord of the circle, where if you calculate it, like from the chord, you know what your distance is along the radius, right? And then you can count along the radius. So it is possible if you calculate it, if you know how wide you're scraping on the edge that touches, you should actually be able to mathematically project how far down you need to be. And so there is a way to calculate it if we really wanted to do this with pinpoint accuracy. Like I can see how you would go about it. Because this is just a chord of a circle, right? You got a chord of a circle, you can use to find a distance and then subtract from the radius, add the rest. Okay. Can't believe we're still here. This is going to take the whole stream. Okay, this is a strong point here. But is it the strongest? We don't know yet. It might be. Let me just scrape this way just to corroborate. Yeah, it should be right around here. There's not a strong point right around here, though, so I actually can't quite tell. Yeah, there's one here. There's one here. One of them is a red herring, but they feel pretty equivalent right now. But I think it's this one. Let's find the edge. Nothing here. Minor vibration here. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Drops off completely here. So go 1, 2, 3, 4. Then we count how far are we from the end. 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 13 from the right. Very faint here, so we go. And how wide does it drop off? Is 1, 2, 3, 4. It's going to be 8 wide at that point. Radius of 4. Going to be close to here. We need to find a drop off on the other side. Find the top of the circle. Drops off completely over here. Let's find the top of the circle. Scrape, 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 scrape. Drops off here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5-ish. So it's going to be right around here. Let's just do it by feel a little bit. Not that we've been very accurate about that. I mean, if it's that far up, it should be almost a complete drop-off down below, right? And it's not a complete drop-off down below. It's still a minor rumble, so... I'm going to say right here. But I'm just going to check. Yeah, drop off here once again. Yeah, the problem is, I keep losing track of where we are on the x-axis because I just can't see the line. I can't count the line. And... okay, we need to redo the bottom part then. Hang on. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 5 kind of drops off here. Drops off here. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. We had to completely redo this because the 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 or so. That's 1, 2, 3, 4.25 or so. Then we were about 6 up or so, right? Okay, we're going to take it. Right here. Yeah, we overshot. I knew that with the way that we were feeling the bottom. So we were kind of okay on the x-axis again, even though I had to redo it. Descriptive is how do we feel now? Perilously close. To the point that like I kind of want to stick with it while we're focused, but... yeah, that time we were feeling enough of a rumble at the bottom that... okay, so I'm going to try a slightly different heuristic here. So the target here this time was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines up. And so the kind of chord at the bottom was about... yeah, it was about 8 or 9 wide. So when we have that, we kind of have an approximation of how far up we need to go. Like that's the point at which we're about 6 off from the middle. I'm probably not describing that very well, but... okay, there's a bit of an intense point over here. Let's keep checking. Just in case. But it looks like we're going top right. If we're close to the edge, that's good, because then we can actually use both corners. And again, the reason we do this is because of consistency. So we find an equivalent where it drops off here. Drops off. This is a bit more intense than this. Pulse. Small pulse. Then we kind of revise from here. So this is What is it? 7. So we go 3.5. Now we scrape this side. Find where it drops off. Here. Be nice and wide. Drops off completely here. Minor pulse here. Drops off completely here. So we go here. We divide that by half. So we're at about 11 right now. Let me check this again. This top corner. Very minor hum there. Down to a very minor hum again over here. Blank over here. About 5.5 here. And again, losing position, about 3.5 here. So we're kind of going 5.5, 3.5. I'm going to double check it. Well, a couple ways to check. So what we do is we had about 5.5. Then we try to find the bottom of the circle. We try to scrub it so we know that this is blank. Just try to scrub until we find where the circle is. Very difficult. So this point over here, very light hum. I'm just going to go with something like that. I feel like this is the target area. We just need to revise a little bit. And it's very difficult to tell, just a minor difference when you go slightly along the same axis. Right around here. How close? 16. You're asking me if morale is up. Well, morale was 1 off. As you can see, the best was 11, and you see we almost got it again this time. You see, the best case scenario is if the circle touches both sides but leaves an open corner where there's nothing in this corner. That's the best case scenario for the placement that we want. Because then we can have an accurate reading of where the center point of both axes is. Okay. Something's here. Something's also here, though. More intense one seems to be in this area. Well, we can check it. Let's see. Drops off here. Might be a small circle for all we know. But no, there's actually a palpably intense point over here, so very minor hum. Find where it drops off. And we try to find one that feels just like the corner. And we center it. So this is 8, this is about 4. Then we know from experience it's going to be about 6 up. But what we will do is we'll check the top just to be sure. It drops off here. We should be able to feel the top of the circle right here. But there's a bit of interference from another one in this corner, so it's not quite what we want. Well, let's feel this side. Small hum. If I'm correct, about 12 up from here should give us the equivalent. So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Might not even be enough, actually. It's very light here. Drops off completely by this point. So I'm thinking about 4.5, 4 1/4. So we try. This is nothing here, so that's going to be too far. A light hum here. Kind of an equivalently light hum here. Just trying to find the equivalent point. About here. About 5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 here, 4 1/4 or so here. Yeah, that seems right. It'll be right around here. Now we do need to feel for it a little bit. But of course, you know, I don't quite have the sensitivity to find it once we have located this area. I think we just have to go with it. 17. I can't believe the benchmark is 10. I mean, if it were something like 20, we would have hit it so many times, but 10 seems so difficult with both axes. This is some of the hardest content I've done all year. It's a Kaizo HD rumble. I mean, I guess it's more like precision HD rumble, but you know what I mean. Anyway, the center point is probably going to be here. Let me just double check the other locations just to make sure we don't have a false positive. There's one that's a little pulse over here, but yeah, the big pulse is clearly over here. Okay, let's try to find it. A very small vibration here. Two, three. We try to find where it drops off. Drops off completely here. Yeah, total dropout here. Small hum here, small hum here. We probably center it from this point. This is about 6 over. We find about 3 over. Then we move up in this axis. Now let's see. I want to find the similars from this way. Total drop off here. Bit of a hum over here. That's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We go 5.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. 5.5 and about 3-ish. Yeah, that seems like it's in the ballpark. 5.5 and 3-ish. But refining this is the trick, right? And trying to corroborate it is the trick. So we just need to slide around this quadrant a little bit until we've really found something that feels like a peak. Let me check the bottom again. Small thrum. Yeah. about 3 1/4. Check this again. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11. It's closer to this actually, so maybe about like 5 3/4. Yeah. About 5 3/4, and then 3 1/4, let's say. That should be our target. And we'll just check around this quadrant just to make sure we feel good about that. Really hard to tell. Let go of it. Okay, surely. 8. That took a while. I think that was what? Probably about an hour and a half to get that one. At least. Or, well, actually, judging by chat, yeah, no, it took us nearly 2 hours to get this one, I think. Wow, okay. But we got it. That's the important thing. I'm going to screenshot this one. This was difficult, and we're probably not getting the third medal at any point. But yeah, in the end, the method worked. We basically just said, okay, we want to find a point that feels exactly like this corner. We'll find it here. We'll divide by 2. I actually overcompensated a bit because I initially thought, okay, maybe 3. And I revised as 3 1/4 because I came over here and felt it again. And thought, we better extend it slightly. We should have trusted our instincts. If we had, that would have been dead on. And then here we did the same thing with the y-axis. We said, okay, what feels exactly like this point up here? Then that was about 11 1/2 up. So we divide by 2, we get about 5 3/4. Perfect, right? So the thing is, we didn't trust our first reading of this one here, which should have given me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This area felt like this area. And we divide by half. And we just stretched it out by a little bit too much because I read this again. I thought, okay, this corner feels a bit more like 6 1/2. You know what the discrepancy is because this distance is not 1. This distance seems closer to 1 here. This distance seems like it's actually a little longer than 1. And so the measuring tool is not the best way to visualize this because actually, yeah, because the kind of true corner, you see how my mouse is flush along the lower bars? My mouse is not flush along the lower bars, you see? So the bottom is off by this distance here. Because my mouse is having, like, this is the actual corner. This is the corner of the screen that your mouse can move to. This is the actual corner of the measuring tool. And so because we were off by this much when counting this way, so we counted from this corner and counted up to 6. And then we divided by half. That would have been dead on. So we were thrown off by this distance when making the calculation with this method. So unfortunately, the guidelines are just not that helpful. I mean, I guess eventually we used them to visualize, but like they can be a little bit misleading. Okay, that's enough. And yeah, descriptive as you're saying, it's absolute cinema. I don't know. I think that's relative cinema with the method that we used. Definitely just relative. Just marvelous. It seems you're able to gauge the strength of the rumble quite well. No, we're able to figure out circles relatively well. That's, I mean, we had to kind of engineer this from the visual clues that we're given and just try to find a way into gaming it. But, and of course, if you get the third medal, they always give you some extra text as well. Anyway, we are done with that. We are very, very, very much done with that. Let's take a break from games. I actually want to just read more guidebook at this point, just to give my hand a rest from all that rumbling. What was the next area? Area I. We have to find the door to Area I, though. Just show me where that was at some point. And I don't remember. Oh, it was in the central section, I think. So let's cross. Yeah, so that was some of the most difficult content we've done this year. No question about it. So, I is this way, yeah. And what are you saying? I can't stop thinking about a staff member who talked like a poet. And then this person is also going to adopt some haiku. Unfortunately, the syllable stress doesn't make this quite suitable for singing to the tune of Moonlight in Vermont. Because of the stress on the word continued, so we're not going to do it. My hands continued to tremble as I handed the controllers back. Yeah, unfortunately the syllable stress will not work for the song, but everybody's talking in haiku now, so let's find Area I. Did you get all the stamps in Area H? It's Joy-Con 2L inner area. Yes, we did. I'm really curious about how the haiku staff members come off in other localizations. I hope we find other people reporting in about that. Next area is 4 elevators. Okay, let's get lost. Seems like we're going to pop some balloons too. That might be another mouse game. So this is Joy-Con 2 grip. We do not have the Joy-Con 2 grip. If this is a standard grip, then yes, we do. We don't have the powered grip that does the charging. If we do have the standard grip, let me pull that out because, yeah, if it's just a standard grip that comes with the package, then we would be able to plug this in and do activities that require it. So I bet you've never seen aiming like this. I've never played this kind of game with mouse controls before. It works surprisingly well. You should give it a try. I don't know, my poor wrists. You're pretty good at this, Mom. 4 medals. I'll get Balloon Hunt single balloons open for you pronto. Okay. You'll be moving around the Joy-Con 2L and using the Joy-Con 2R as a mouse to aim and shoot. So yeah, this is Metroid Prime practice. We were talking about that earlier with the other game that used both, but the other one was just a concentration matching game, I think, where you felt the rumble in the left hand and used the mouse in the right hand. This one is actually going to be Metroid Prime rehearsal. You just have to hunt down and burst to 10 balloons as quickly as possible. Yeah, let's see it. Okay, mouse mode again. My poor wrist. Okay, 18 seconds, stick and mouse controls. Okay, let's do it. Quickly burst all the balloons. So yeah, we have to use the camera to hunt. Oh yeah. Okay. Movement is pretty slow, that's the only thing. 16 seconds. Okay, so we got it. Yeah, the walking movement was a little bit slow for my taste, and as you can see, it doesn't move the camera so much. Like I said, I recently replayed some of Metroid Prime Trilogy, and on the Wii, they have different settings for how much your aiming is actually tugging the camera, so the advanced setting is the one that kind of feels the most natural, where the camera moves with you and with the pointer quite a lot faster. The settings that are supposedly easier and more introductory are kind of like this, where you don't tug the camera as much as you think you would. But I was expecting to pull the camera more, and I was expecting to have a faster walking speed, so we still managed to get the benchmark, but it felt like I was adjusting to response time. So let's see the next one, and let's get more practice. Double balloons. Balloons inside of other balloons. If you aim well, you should be able to pop both of them at once. Let's see it. So this will be Balloon Hunt Echoes. And then after that, we'll have Balloon Hunt Corruption. 25 seconds. Okay. Quickly burst all the balloons, and if we're accurate, we'll burst 2 at once. Okay. Oh. Okay. And there are a few up here. We're not going to make the timer. We can't even see where the last one is. Okay. Oh. There. And where else are we? Oh, do I see a reflection somewhere? No. I can't see it at all. I don't see where it is. Oh. Okay, we just got lost. We just got very, very lost. Yeah, we just need to walk around a lot more too. Really scope out the place. Oh. It's gonna feel a little jittery. Oh. I'm also just cramped from the last game, to be honest. Yeah, just finding them is hard part. Oh, there we go. Okay, a little bit off. Is this game more exciting than Find the Strongest Rumble? Depends on what you mean by exciting. I mean, I guess it's probably much more fun to watch, for one thing, because it's not just a total mystery to what's going on. Find the Strongest Rumble is hard to convey on stream. It's one of those where, you know... Find the Strongest Rumble feels like it was conceived specifically to someone's nose at the kind of people who say, oh, you wouldn't pay $10 for a welcome tour, you can just read everything in a free instruction manual, and so on. Well, I'd love to see you try to find the strongest rumble in your instruction manual. Do we have a lot more Balloon Hunt? Do we have Balloon Hunt Corruption? Whoa, so fast. You even caught those pesky balloons hiding behind the pillars. Part 3, the final part, has been unlocked and we can afford it, so let's do it. There are now bombs underneath sets of 3 balloons. Oh, okay, so I am guessing we can't walk there. No, the idea is to shoot the bombs. Okay, never mind. 3 balloons pop all at once. Okay. Balloon Hunt Temptation and Balloon Hunt Sin. I feel like I'm not catching which series that is. Balloon Hunt, of course, is the spiritual sequel to Balloon Fight and Balloon Trip. Although I guess back in Nintendo Land, they had a really lovely tribute to Balloon Trip. To show off the Wii U gamepad, like the tech demo at that time was Balloon Trip. Yeah, if you're accurate, you know, the nice thing about this is that it's actually easy to see where everything is. There's one above us. Oop. Then let's try to catch that one. If we see green, we shoot it. Too slow, though. Oh, everything's moving. Yeah, I wish my turning radius were a little bit faster on this camera. I'm used to having my sensitivity set really high in games like Splatoon. I used to play sensitivity 4 in Splatoon, so I expect a bit more of a spin. And yeah, we're not going to make the timer again this time. We were actually even slower. Wow, way off. I feel like Nintendo Land kind of had a game like this, except it wasn't a mouse, of course. We're over 20 already. And again, oh, couldn't find the top corner. We needed a more systematic path through this. That's what I'm discovering quickly. So that's one thing we don't have. We're just walking too much right now. Whereas we should be able to remember the positions. And yeah, we have to walk to catch this one. Okay. Do we miss the top corner again? Okay, I need to remember where the top corner one is in terms of where it's sitting relative to our initial position, like which corner we have to look at to catch that one. Oh, missed this already. Yeah, that was terrible. At least the ammo is not limited. Also, we don't have to catch the bombs. We can always just pop from afar, and then that way we don't need to walk. It might actually be better strategy not to pop that bomb. So we don't need to do as much walking. Except we need to walk over here anyway. And then catch this one. Yeah, we're just darting around too much. We're not taking a very efficient path. Oh, nope. That's going to blow it. You know, since we're here, let's take a time to just find a better path. Do we spin right instead? Then we go over to the top corner right away. So yeah, we should spin right, not left. And then we don't spend so much time wandering. So yeah, next time we're going to spin right first, and we'll catch that now. We had somewhere balloons where we only popped one. There we go. Okay, so we'll try a different path. We'll catch left first. Oh. Stabilize a bit. Then, oh. No. That's the thing about having such a narrow grip on this mouse, is that we find it a little bit tricky to do continuous movement with it, but whoops. What do we miss? I don't see it at all. Oh, hiding behind here. Okay. Yeah, we've actually gotten worse at this. The first attempt was the best one so far. Okay, we know that there's a top corner here. And we know there should be two more here. Yeah, we walked a little too far in that one. That was close to our best time, but we just went too far at the end. Okay, let's go over here. Catch this one right away. This one, and we spin right here. Oh, just slightly over. We missed that one shot at the end. If we had caught that last shot, that would have been easily over. Okay. Not quite what we need here. And then here. There we go. All about finding the path. Yeah, I guess whatever is the third benchmark would be pretty challenging. But we were, of course, taking our time on each shot. And Yeah, finding this movement here behind a wall was critical, so. Okay. So fast. You remember to check your corners and everything. Alright, are we going to learn about the grip, finally? Yeah, there's an elevator down there. Let's see this. Nintendo Switch 2 logo. Yeah, that's rather important. We'll do the quiz. Learn about the grip, we'll cover its shape, how it can stand upright, and more. Okay. I never really at any point used a grip for Switch 1. Because until I got the Pro Controller, about 2 years into the life of the system, we just used separate Joy-Cons the entire time. But that's because I prefer my hands to be apart anyway for most circumstances. Controllers contain magnets, so you can simply hold them up to the sides and they'll attach by themselves. These buttons let you detach each of the controllers with ease. If you're playing alone with the grip, you want to add a second player, you'd attach, yeah. But yeah, I never preferred controllers with handles anyway. So, although my tune about that might change once we get the new Pro Controller eventually and have the back paddles, the GR and GL. Because the nice thing about the back paddles is that you can just reassign stick clicks and you just don't have to deal with stick clicks anymore since they're consistently terrible. Anyway, the Joy-Con 2 controllers are bigger than the original Joy-Cons. We know that. That means the grip is larger. Simply making it bigger would make it harder to hold, so the ends of the grip have been made thinner to make it easier to grasp. So I have not used this grip very much at all. I mean, like I said, I never used the grip originally. This one, I tried it out momentarily just to see what the attaching and detaching was like. But apart from testing the attach and detach, I didn't really use it in active play. I just find that I'm not really accustomed to the angle towards the buttons. I like holding the Joy-Cons as Joy-Cons. Joy-Con grip can stand up. The grip can stand so it doesn't take up too much space. 2 protrusions on the underside. Oh, just for balancing, I guess. As tiny feet. I feel like the quiz is going to say something entertaining about that. How studious of you. Okay. The power of love. That's if you're playing cooperatively. I love how Nintendo is already feeding us its future ideas, like the grip that will eventually grow or shrink to match the size of your hand. That's patent pending. We're going to see it someday. The parts you hold have been thinned out. Okay. They sound like Nintendo's rejected ideas, but they're actually just patents for the next system. You want the growing, shrinking Joy-Con with the sticky material, exactly. What's the benefit of the Joy-Con 2 grip being able to stand up? It gives you courage, and wisdom, and power. Zero 06i can stand up? Yeah, there's a whole informational card that tells you that. You got everything right. Looks like you've got a solid grasp on a Joy-Con 2 grip. One might even say we have a good grip on a Joy-Con 2 grip. Looks like another set of Joy-Con 2 grip insights has appeared. Well, let's read more about it. The charging grip has its own connectors, yeah, and it has its own GL/GR buttons. We don't have that accessory, but we'll read about it. A charging grip has its key difference from the Joy-Con 2 grip. Includes a USB Type-C connector, and then you can, charge it directly like you have a Pro Controller. At that point, though, I'd rather just have a Pro Controller. I mean, I guess it makes sense if you have a second set of Joy-Cons. But I've never seen the appeal of using this over just having an additional Pro Controller if you need something with that kind of build. But of course, I guess that's why its selling point now is the GL and GR. But again, that's redundant with what is also provided by the Pro Controller. So, when a Joy-Con 2 charging grip is connected to the dock or Nintendo Switch 2 console with a USB cable, it connects to the console via wired communication, not wireless. Okay, so if you're in some kind of high interference environment, or one where, you know, you have to be radio silent, then that's interesting. I would assume that's possible with other controllers as well then, though. If that's the case, then surely it will also take wired input from a Pro Controller that you connect via USB. The Joy-Con 2 charging grip isn't just for charging the controllers, and it includes the GL and GR. Use your middle ring fingers to press them. Completely separate from the other buttons. And yeah, there's a system-wide remap for this. We did see that in the settings. And they are non-functional until you do the system-wide remap. You find yourself using the minus button a lot. I mean, look, the obvious use case is to replace the stick clicks, right? But at least that's what I think. But to each their own. I mean, there might be some other shortcuts or speedrun techniques or combination presses that are very useful in other games as well. Yeah, there you go. If pressing the right stick is too much of a hassle, exactly. Maybe you've realized that you need to press the B button while keeping the right stick and ZR button pressed. Wonder what game that would apply to. And they're stored per user and per game, so it's not system-wide. It's actually game-specific, which is nice. And look at that. It's actually configurable from the sort of sleep mode menu as well. And you hold down the home button. You can tailor the settings to your liking for any game you want. And they should be comfortable to press. And yeah, they've all been properly sized. Per user and per game. That's even better than I thought. But yeah, we'll experience GL and GR when I eventually get a Pro Controller. I do mean to get one at some point. I've heard very good things. I've heard the D-pad apparently is excellent, which is a big change from the previous one. What can it do other than charge Joy-Con 2? Use wired communication. Charging the console with it would be tricky. Although, I think I remember hearing that with I don't know if it was a Switch 1 or something, where people tried to plug it into a laptop via USB and was actually draining power from the laptop. Like, not just charging, but actually pulling power from it, or vice versa. Like, something unusual happened with it. And the GL and GR buttons quickly and efficiently eject a Joy-Con too. I mean, if that were assignable, I guess. We're a charging grip expert. Okay, but now we actually need to look at the grip, right? So let's go to the different stations. There's another minigame coming over there as well. Area K and J, yeah. I came here with my friends, but I guess they're strolling around looking at things. The final area is L, so we've got 3 more to go after this. And yeah, this is the return from over there. Let's go down and see some more of this. Inspect more parts. Rubber cap. Oh, muffle the noise produced when a Joy-Con 2 controllers rumble. Yeah, I guess if it's sitting in a grip. That's the other thing, though, is that if you have the Joy-Cons in hand as opposed to using the grip, I feel like you get more response from the rumble. Which is already a bit more subtle in Switch 2. Where are the minigames? Well, here's a microscope. The dots are so tiny, they're extra hard to see if there's any dust on the screen. I feel like this is another 4K demo or something, in which case we won't be able to do it right now. But maybe it's not. Finding the last pixel takes so long. I bet it's a 4K demo. It just gives me that impression. We're missing a lot of other touch points here too. There's probably, yeah, there were probably some informational points about the connection point as well as the player LED. So let's see what this is. LCD pixel hunt. So maybe it's with the portable display. Single pixel is incredibly tiny. Find 3 of these tiny pixels as quickly as you can on the console screen. So yeah, this might require portable. So if the screen has gathered any dust, you might want to wipe that off now. Or if, of course, you got an LCD panel that had defective dead pixels. I'm pretty sure it's going to say tabletop only. Yeah, so we won't do that currently. We will have to do it separately. We'll eventually return those maracas as well, but for now, let's just clear more of the information cards. Oh no, I should have taken the steps. The steps take you to the connector. But let's see if there's an information card about the lights. They're not really lights, they're kind of windows for the actual lights. Yeah, they're windows through which the existing lights on the Joy-Con illuminate. But we need to find the equivalent card here, of course. And we'll go down to see the grip. Not the grip, the connector. So, surely there's a card about it, yeah. And then an equivalent one on the other side. But we'll scan around here first just to see if there's anything else to look at. Probably not, but it doesn't hurt to check. Oh, also, we're allowed to run into this museum. I have to remember that. Okay, so let's explore the other side. And fill in the other rubber caps. Apparently this also serves to hide screws. Okay. In keeping with what has been going on elsewhere in the controller. So let's fill in this connector as well. And afterwards, we'll have to see what else is missing. So something else is missing in the zone here and here. Wondering what it could be. Looking at the points that we have already, we have the Nintendo Switch to logo. Don't know what else there would be to look at when it comes to the parts. We'll do the mini game in a moment. I just want to scan around a bit more just to check for informational cards, because sometimes the ones that are hard to spot are the ones that are kind of tucked right next to another one, because there are multiple informational points in one. It does trick you out like that sometimes. Let's check the bottom. Yeah, because maybe it talks about more of these points that also hide screws or something. Oh yeah, here's something. Right foot and left foot. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, because this was what we heard about earlier as the stabilizer for standing it upright. Oh, that's Pro Controller down there. Okay, let's do the minigame in this area first. And this looks like it might be something else tabletop, but maybe it's also another directional paint scraping thing. Scrape off stain removal. It might be similar to the marker game we saw earlier. Do you fancy yourself a pretty good scraper? Well, after dealing with the Find a Rumble game, yeah, we've been scraping quite a bit. Okay, this minigame is all about using the Joy-Con 2 mouse controls to scrape off some grime, so it might be directional again. It's caked on pretty good, though. You'll feel the HD Rumble 2 feature as you scrape. And that was also true of the marker texture we saw in the earlier game, but I guess we'll have something a bit different this time. The especially stubborn parts should come off easier with smaller, more precise motions. Well, let's see how it feels. Okay, mouse controls, and 17 seconds. So I wonder if rotationally that matters as well. It might. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Really? It's not coming off at all. Smaller, precise motions? Oh. Can we just scrape? We're not doing a very good job of this at all, actually. Okay, yeah, you just need to scrub your table like crazy. Okay, I guess we do smaller motions for some parts, but then we should actually do one initial big scrape. This is how to clean up after Splatoon, right? So I just need to give it a good shake. And then smaller motions here. Might want to recalibrate the direction a bit, but 17 seconds, that's going to be tricky. Need to give it a good hard rub then. And then that's going to be tricky. 17 seconds? Yeah, because then you do small motions for the rest, but then, you know, it takes a while to get down there in the first place. I might want to recalibrate this one, but okay. Smaller scrapes here, and then big scrapes here. I don't know how to do this that quickly. That's quite tricky. Yeah, no, you just need to scrub it. Like, hold down and scrub it. Wow, this is hopefully not going to take us as long as Find a Rumble, but because this one is also strain injury waiting to happen, I think. Whoop. Yeah. Big motions. Scrape, 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 and just try to do it accurately. Okay. Well, this time it's a bit faster, but again, we're past 17 already, and yeah, smaller motions, the smaller you get. Yikes. Yeah, I'm gonna try to rotate a bit and try to get a better initial position on a mouse. Don't tell me there's a higher difficulty of this one. Yep, just need to act pretty violently here, and then... Wow, that's very, very tricky. Anyway, you know what, let's restart when we're way over like that. There's no point in going through all the menus again. Yeah, maybe big strokes. Maybe not, that just burns a lot of time. No. Well, we're getting a little bit closer, but not that much. Okay, hang on. Let's just recalibrate this and try to find a good position. You can tell I don't really do a lot of paint scraping generally. Maybe there's a method that works better in real life and which you're supposed to know intuitively, but no, I think you just scrape. How do you do this in 17? That's very tricky. Okay, let's see. I think after what we sat through to Rumble earlier, I don't know if my wrist is going to hold up to this day, but we just need to try again. This is what you're going to do in Splatoon 4 to clean up all over after the kids splattered everything in Splatoon 3. Whoops. Joy-Con's going to leave marks on my table or something. I mean, the mouse feet are pretty good, so probably not, but, you know. How do you do it that quickly? I mean, I guess it's partly just accuracy, but... Well, we actually almost matched the personal best. Ooh, we're no closer, though, really. We just need to pick a good axis. No. I don't know if there's some kind of trick. Like maybe the initial orientation is something we should pick strategically so we can have a good range of movement on everything else as it comes. We've got tiny little pixels here as well. They're hard to pick up. Yeah, even when I thought it was being reasonably fast, we're nowhere close to 17. I don't know how you get there. Like, you really need to take advantage of the diagonal, I guess, and the rotation of the device. Wait, 2. I don't know how you do it. Start from bottom. I don't know. The circle? Nah, that can't be right. Yeah, I think you're supposed to just go big strokes and then you clean up, but there's nowhere close. Not even remotely close. It's just not clear to me how to improve at this one. We're just being wildly inaccurate, and it's the source of our problems. Like, where you just need to scrape, and then do tiny cleanup after the big movements take care of everything else. But I don't think we have the accuracy to do it. So. No, nowhere close. Yeah, this is a bit of a problem. Maybe we just need to be really quick. But again, we're just missing the surface half the time, and so... Maybe bigger strokes? I don't know. We're, well, at least getting within the same range that we've been doing usually, but again, no sign of improvement. Let's do bigger strokes. No, we're nowhere close. I don't see it. I don't see the method. I think the method is just scrape faster, right? But okay. Yeah, no, there's I'll try it once with the other hand maybe. But we're not doing this with my dominant hand today because the HD rumble already in that earlier activity did a bit of a number on my ability to do this. So I've got a feeling your scraping skills will rapidly improve with some more practice. Okay, we're going to try it with the other hand this time. Because maybe I can hold it a little bit better. You see, I've got a bit of a weird posture that is, again, a bit of a strain injury risk anyway, because I've got my streaming computer in a way and all that. So this is not really the best position to be doing this in anyway. And now we don't need too much fine movement, I think. I mean, I guess once you get to the small scrapes. So maybe if I use my non-dominant hand for this, we can still get something done. We will eventually need accuracy at the end, but I don't know, it just feels really excessively stiff. I feel like this is not good for one's hands, unless there's just a better, finer method for it. No. Nowhere close. On one hand, I don't want to bail on it because, you know, we haven't had to bail on anything with only one medal yet, but... And the fact that there's a second difficulty for this when we're nowhere close, that does not bode well. Okay. It sure as we do for medals. Okay. That was actually a bit of an improvement this time, but not enough of one. Because, yeah, we try to start doing define a movement as recommended here, and then... No. So I am holding the button down the whole time. I don't know if that's recommended. You know, we just... Or if we should actually be sort of lifting the button to do proper scrape on the surface, right? No, this doesn't do anything, is it? Push, pull. No, you just need to scrape it down the whole time, I think. Yeah. No. If there is a method to this particular madness, we just don't know it. It's gonna shake my whole table. Oops. No. Tiny little dots here. Yeah, quite a long cleanup there. Yeah, I guess if we approach from the edge, maybe that's how you're supposed to do it. But again, it's taking so long. Like, I don't know how somebody does it fast. Maybe we go side to side like this. It's a little better, actually. See, you can kind of tell I don't really know how to scrape paint effectively in real life either. Maybe there's something you're supposed to know about how scraping paint usually works, other than just doing it fast. Some kind of meta knowledge about scraping paint. From an audience perspective, it has not escaped me that anybody witnessing this is literally watching paint dry. Whoop. This is actually really quite tricky. I mean, the benchmark is tricky, at least. You know, doing this is not the problem. Doing this quickly enough is the obstacle. I don't know how you do it that quickly. How you do it in 17. It's funny because the 22 that we got was one of our earliest attempts. We just have not been able to approximate it since. Yeah, we want to be within a fairly accurate range of this thing, even if we're making broad strokes. And the clean up afterwards is something that adds quite a bit of time. Yeah, maybe long broad strokes is the better way to do it, instead of such high frequency. Nope, well over 17 already. We're just not improving at it at all. It's just no trick that I can see to do this any better. Yeah, we might actually have to bail on this one, but it's just a little too intensity oriented, perhaps. Like, I don't know if there's a better technique. Yeah, slower, broader strokes isn't the way. I think you actually have to be fast. But, yeah, no, this is not happening. Unfortunately, we do have to bail on this after one medal. I mean, I guess it's compensated for by the fact that we got the bonus third medal in some other games. I can't imagine how much harder the next level is. Stubborn stain removal. I feel like trying to do this is a bad idea. There are even more stubborn spots underneath the first layer of dirt. Don't ask me who made this mess, obviously, all the squid kids running around. We can try to get the first medal for this. You may wind up seeing some sort of pattern, you'll have to let me know. Yeah, I bet it reveals some fun image. But we're not going for second medals for this one, I think. Even second medals are a big problem. And this is still going to require 50 seconds. It's going to be so much scraping, wow. So much scraping. It was already pretty tricky just to hit the first benchmark on the previous one. I don't see some sort of pattern. Oh, it's a hand. Somebody's handprint. Whose handprint? We'll have to find out someday. Are we even going to make 50? I don't know. Which member of the development team volunteered their hand for this job? Well, yeah, we're not going to hit 50. I would like to try to hit 50, at least. We're actually pretty close to 50. Close enough for it to be doable. I feel like the second medals and these are not doable for me at all, but... Okay. But this, yeah, we can get a big initial scrape in the surface. And then just need to refine the rest. Again, this is sort of a directional mouse, you know, rotational mouse kind of demo. As with so much else in this suite. Can we do 50? Yes, we can. And we're going to stop there because we're not going for that 35. Absolutely not. So yeah, it's pretty much double the benchmarks of the previous one. I mean, slightly over when it's going from 17 to 35, but pretty much double. And we know we're not going to approach that. Doing it in 48 is kind of double what we were doing in the previous one with about 24. So, you know, we have a particular speed that seems to be my top speed with this. No. But yeah, there's just too much strain on that one, especially after the other Rumble game. So this is easier if you attach the straps, right? You know, I guess because you get better traction on the mouse feet with the straps. Oh, maybe we should try it once with the straps. I don't know if it'll be that much of an improvement. Need to dig it out first. I actually am going to try it with the strap. It actually had occurred to me at one point. But maybe the traction on the mouse feet is what you need. It's explicitly giving you that hint. And so maybe it's also just the added stability that works out for it. Let's do the first one. Just to see if we can. Because you get smoother mouse feet with this. And better control on the surface. So we'll try it. And maybe with better traction we can do this faster. Is it actually easier on mouse feet? Well, let's find out. I don't really feel like we're going that much faster. Wow, it is actually a lot faster with the mouse feet. That's a significant gain on our previous best. You see, now I'm motivated to try this, which is maybe not great. Still a little bit off, but it's also still an improvement on our previous personal best. So using it with the strap is actually good advice. Okay, I do a fair bit of cleanup here. Oh, we're still close. We just missed a few pixels. But yeah, our time in general has improved a lot. Because we're getting much better control on a slide. Much better stability, I guess, because the problem was that previously I think the rumble was setting us off the surface a little bit and it's creating a bit of an issue. So we're consistently improving by at least 2 seconds, but we still have to cover some ground here too. Really do this properly. Yeah, it's kind of the stability of the movement that we have even with the rumble going on at the same time that is leading to the improvements that we see immediately. But still not quite enough. That attempt was not that good. But the accuracy in response to the kickback from the rumble does feel quite a bit better this time. Oh, no, this is a bad angle. Yeah, no, that took way too long. Oh, we were close that time. Yeah, because you can do quick movements within a narrower range. That's how it's improving it. Oh. This is really hard on the arms, though. I guess paint scraping usually is. There's a lot of scattering. No, too many little points that we've missed. Can't believe we're still here trying this. But I guess that's because we noticed an immediate improvement that got me within this very promising range of time. And so... yeah, no, we're bailing on it. It's an improvement. It's a consistent improvement, but it's not within the range that we need. It's just too hard on my arms here, so... you know, at least with the HD Rumble one earlier that took us nearly 2 hours, it wasn't intensive movement. It was a lot of strain from feeling the rumble and holding the mouse for that long, but it wasn't, you know, RSI territory. So with that, via our slider, yeah, we can't do pixel hunts unless we're in tabletop, so it seems like there's a second level for that as well, so I think we are done with this section. Let's return that lost item, first of all. Back in Zone 1, Zone A. I mean, I was willing to grind out the other one for 2 hours. Not this one. My hands would not take it. Okay. So let's go back to I because we know that there's the gate to section J. At least we thought it was. Yeah. Down here. Oh no, because I... oh yeah, okay, we were in a different orientation, that's why. And then we go to J down here. So 3 sections remain. Given that we have a lot of the high difficulty minigames remaining, I don't know if we'll actually finish today. But we'll see, because if this is the Pro Controller section, there's a lot that we can't do anyway, so... when it comes to the activities, we'll at least do the quizzes. But there are a lot of stamps to get in Area J because it is all about the Pro Controller. I'm so curious about this. So yeah, we'll see how Pro Controller dependent the activities turn out to be. And I know there's another section that's the Mario Kart wheel, which we also don't have. But let's fill in all the stuff we know about, all the buttons. Audio jack. Oh, there's an audio jack on the Pro Controller. I guess it makes sense with all the game chat integration that they would want to do that. And probably for the demo you need a Pro Controller, but it rumbled and you made a sound. It might just be a rumble demo. It was another demo with rumble making a sound. Again, the microphone, my streaming microphone, didn't really pick it up very well yesterday. But we will see what happens. You get to test out this feature as much as you want. HD Rumble 2 Maker, that's interesting. So you get to do a bit of a sound mix on your own. Okay, again, this might not be very audible to the audience on stream, but we can create all kinds of vibrations. So there's a free mode. I guess we try to create a really strong rumble. Okay, so you get frequency, but you also get amplitude, right? And then you can also vibrate opposite Joy-Con to... yeah, okay, so you can use the mouse. As you can see here, it is dependent on the mouse. Yeah, so use one hand for the mouse, but then when you put in the rumble that you want to generate, then it generates the sound, or the effect rather, on the other Joy-Con. So I'm using the mouse with Joy-Con R, it's going to output vibration on Joy-Con L. So create a strong vibration at 60 hertz, so it's around here. And let's see if we can do it. Whoop. 61. Let's just exactly 60. Will let me. Come on. There we go. Yeah, I mean, it's such a low frequency that it won't pick up on my local mic regardless. Create vibration at 200 hertz. So we can do that. There are some presets that we can look at as well. Yeah, so you probably won't be able to detect it buzzing on your own and create a subtle vibration at 400. Okay, create persistent vibration from 40 to 480. How would you do that? Oh, you can just hold down. Okay. So you can just hold down the mouse and then slide like this. Slide all the way down. And feel the rise in frequency. In fact, we'll do it strong so we can really kind of feel it properly. Low frequency, very low rumble, and you're just going to rev it up like an engine. And if you go strong with a light rumble, you might be able to hear a pitch very faintly. And because this controls amplitude, you would get the volume. But this is an audible pitch by the time you get up to about 480. And of course it would, because normally you have concert A at 440, right? So you go down to 440, that's an A. And I don't know if on the mic while I'm talking you can hear it, because I've found with the recording of the previous session that while I'm talking, then the sound might be able to get around a noise filter. So I don't know if you can hear it. You should be hearing a concert A off of the rumble from my left side controller. I don't know if it picks up at all. Maybe very, very faintly. Yeah, there we go. Then remote and presets. Presets. Okay, so yeah, these were some of the ones, by the way, matching the rumble concentration game that we had earlier. And so you can hear the sound effect, but I also have the rumble going on my Joy-Con L, where you can feel how the bounces and the engine match up with the sound pattern. Oh, that's nice, actually, this little golf stroke here, very snappy. Snappier than it was in the concentration game that we did, in fact, but I'm maybe holding the Joy-Con L a little bit tighter to feel it. And the roll of measuring tape kind of retracting in. Very similar to some of the effects in the game ARMS. This is a little Donkey Kong mallet going here. The turning of the key. Yeah, this clickety-clackety throws us off a bit in the concentration game as well. This is quite a loud zipper. I can absolutely feel it though. Yeah, the basketball feels really nice, but a lot of the bouncing ball effects we found were very responsive with the HD Rumble 2. So, and you can really feel the ringing of the bell. We had trouble feeling the bell as a bell in that earlier concentration game, but again, I'm kind of holding on to the controller with a tighter grip now. Try it. A ZR to vibrate. We never actually did the... Oh, I see. No. When you have ZR, then it vibrates on the Joy-Con R, which I'm using as the mouse. Previously, we were just doing Joy-Con L over here. Okay. So yeah, you can kind of feel it getting into inaudible ranges of pitch here. And I don't know if you can hear that at all, where it goes down and up and down and up. Because I'm placing it close to my mic and I'm talking to get around the noise filter, hopefully. So maybe it is something that can be picked up. But who knows? Yeah, kind of fun to have a little rumble kit to play with, though. You really tried the full spectrum of vibration. Okay, let's take a look at this lovely D-pad. Like I said, I've heard that this D-pad is apparently superb. Because given all of the issues with the phantom up inputs on the previous D-pad in the last Pro Controller, that was, I think, a much needed improvement, if it is indeed the case. Doing this reminds me of putting in cheat codes back in a day. Muscle memory still remembers the old codes. So, can this be done without the Pro? No, because you need GLGR. In this minigame, you will need to make use of GLGR and a series of challenging inputs. So yeah, there's probably some kind of series of simultaneous inputs where you would need to assign the buttons properly to press everything at the right time. So it will almost certainly just kick me out for not having GLGR on my current controller, which would be either the Pro or the Grip. So that's not doable for us. And so let's scan everything else instead. And let's not forget that on the right stick there should be the NFC reader as well. That was something that was very easily missed when we were looking at the Joy-Con R. Oh, actually, this is the NFC touchpoint in the center of the Pro Controller. It's not on the stick in this. Why did I think it was on a stick? I guess I never really did use the Amiibo cards with the Pro Controller. Or Amiibo in general with the Pro Controller on Switch 1. If it was in a similar place. So I'm sure maybe there's a layer where you can get into the guts of this thing as well. I'm not clear on that, possibly. Looks like there are quite a few other points to look at. Should be other things like the connection and yeah, USB-C connector. Might be some other cards here to look at. Player. What about the sync button? What about that other points on the left? No. Okay. What do we have? We have the grips. Yeah, because you'll have to go underneath to see GLGR, I guess. Or you can see L and ZL. We can find the points to observe those from. This is lighter. Yeah, I guess so. How do we fall down here in the first place? How do we get back up? There we go. There we go. L and ZL, and then we'll match that with R and ZR. Oh, we didn't even look at the right stick, I think. The control stick glides smoothly. So maybe here we can see GR. And we'll match it on the other side with GL. Oh, there's the lost item over here as well. A lost item. I stopped for a quick nap and now I can't find my family. Well, that's why you shouldn't fall asleep on your controllers. Let's take a look at this side for GL. And then we have something else to observe. I don't think we've done R and ZR yet, so let's get over here. And then we'll have labeled the whole thing pretty quickly. And we'll do the quizzes. Yeah, 2 more areas remain. Like I said, one of them I'm pretty sure is the wheel. And we'll see what else is there after that. So let's hit the quizzes. How the button heights were considered down to the nearest 0.05 millimeters. Okay. Let's envy the Pro Controller. I do plan to get one eventually. I'm waiting on recolors. That's just from experience with how the Switch one went. We were also waiting to hear about how the D-pad was going to be on this, and like I said, apparently it's superb. From what people have been reporting early on. See any differences? Would have been easy just to take the Switch Pro Controller and add a few more buttons, but it has been completely redesigned from the ground up. I don't wonder what the battery life on it is as well. The Wii U Pro Controller had this battery life that was absolutely legendary. Game chat made easy. Yeah, because we've got the C button, it's also probably going to tell me about the headphone jack. Console microphone picks up the voices of everyone nearby. But then, if you speak close to the microphone that's plugged in via the audio jack, your own voice will be heard more clearly. So yeah, you can just have a headset with a microphone. And then headphone output. Now, if it's with a headphone output from the controller, if it works like the headphone output on the console itself, it would mute the audio output coming from the system over HDMI. Now, if it does that, then this would not be a feature that I would be able to use a while on stream, obviously, because we need the HDMI out for the audio capture. So it would not be something that I would use during streaming if it came to that. But that's just one of the consequences. Still very, very convenient to have this as a feature. Brings us back to the Wii U days, in fact, where you would have the option of the audio output being on the gamepad into a headset. Switch to Pro Controller, SGL and GR buttons. And yeah, they by default are not mapped. And it's funny because this tells us the opposite of what we were told about the grip earlier on. Earlier, the demonstration of the grip was, what if you want to press the minus button or the R stick? So it's giving us the equivalent information, but with a slightly different set of remaps. A mirrored set of remaps as the demonstration. And yeah, you can just do it from the home button, which is great. And pretty much the same kind of design considerations as the grip. As for the main buttons themselves, everything's updated. Minus and plus have a different feel. Capture and home are easier to recognize. I'm glad that on a Pro Controller, by the way, the C button is kind of in its own space that's well away from the home button. I've found that on the Joy-Cons, I've accidentally pressed the game chat button quite a few times while reaching for the home button just from muscle memory. And apparently the D-pad is to have more precision, as in it's not going to have the phantom up input every time you rock between left and right, which was the main concern, which made it unplayable for things like Tetris. And the buttons are now bigger. Even bigger. They've always stuck out at different heights. Now that's interesting. Heights were adjusted to account for how your fingers move. With the enlarged A, B, X, Y buttons, your fingers will move a little differently. So we made lots of buttons of different heights in increments of 0.05 millimeters. And of those, we picked the heights that we felt would be the best fit. So lots and lots of playtesting. Or ergonomics. And yeah, wired communication to the dock. This was what we were saying with the grip earlier as well. And I guess it's a further latency reduction if you're concerned about latency over Bluetooth. And then it connects slightly faster. Then a wired connection between Nintendo Switch and its Pro Controller. We never used the wired option for that, so we don't know how much of an improvement this could be. And yeah, it has lower latency or anything that is super, super sensitive. And, oh yes, that's right, because there's the additional top USB port now, you can do that too. Okay, let's take the quiz. And its design was ever so slightly touched up. What can you connect, you know, over this very prominent icon that says headphone jack on it? I would not recommend sticking the Joy-Con 2 strap in there. GL and GR buttons, they don't exist. It's all an illusion. And communication. Why would you eat a bagel? What's the joke with the bagel? There's sometimes when they have the joke answers, there's some kind of reason for it. Like how the one about the gyroscope was about making a sandwich because of the other meaning for the word that is spelled the same as gyro. But why would you eat a bagel? Is that what they mean by the red ring of death? Okay. Let's keep going. And now for the sequel. All about the sticks and grips. Pro Controller is a little bit lighter than its predecessor, and the center has also been made thinner. This is to give you room to rest your middle and ring fingers while you're holding the controller. Easier to hold in general. And about the sticks. Apparently smooth. I mean, it improves perhaps in much the same way as the Joy-Cons, but then it says this because they're designed not to feel sticky or like they're snagging on anything. Also, there shouldn't be any noise when you tilt them all the way. I just hope they don't have as much risk of dust contamination, because even my Pro controller, after many years of use, one of the sticks is developing a bit of sensitivity to drift. As we discovered the hard way with some of the challenges in Prince of Persia. No noise, and the axes have been designed never to reach the limit of their range. They stop at a certain point that you can't see from the outside. Oh, I see. Yeah, you can see that they don't click against the side, so you don't have any wear and tear from bumping around the outer circle. Cushions the area and makes it quieter. All this helps them glide pretty smoothly. So yeah, so they don't make contact against the side when you push them to the limit. Seamless grips. Right, because there was that seam in the original Pro controller, which would actually have a lot of sweat caked into it if you were sweating on a thing for any particular task or even just after long-term use. The controller's grips are seamless. Make sure there are no grooves in places that your hands might easily touch. Yeah, it was very difficult to clean that. This prevents dirt or grime from building up into cracks. It was a big problem in the original. Plus, it feels nice to hold. Tell you the truth, it was incredibly difficult to make such a complex controller shape out of plastic. Especially one without any grooves. It took a lot of finessing, but we made it work. Inspired by the Nintendo GameCube. Oh, that must be quite a bit deeper, because, again, having put my hands on the GameCube controller for the first time in quite a long time when we got the Switch 2 one in yesterday, I didn't remember the grips kind of feeling quite that deep. But then, of course, that might be because I originally used the Wavebird wireless controllers, which were kind of a different build than the original GameCube one that was wired. Its design differs slightly from its Nintendo Switch counterpart. We took some inspiration from the Nintendo GameCube controller grip. Yeah, it's kind of thin and deep. And thinned out where you hold it. Yeah, necessarily. Why? Because it gives your middle and ring fingers some more space to rest. The controller is now easier to hold. And then the quiz is going to say, what was the design inspired by? And it's going to say, I don't know, the Virtual Boy or something. Or the Super Scope. In what way has the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro Controller been modified? And it would be very interesting if it came with special gloves. Because then you couldn't even tell the difference if the parts you hold really were made out of rubber. Which of the following is a way you could refer to the sticks? The vegetable sticks. Dangle a carrot in front of the player. You know, to motivate you to collect all your achievements or whatever. What has been removed? Well, we knew that the GL and GR buttons, according to the other quiz, didn't exist in the first place, so... And we wield a Wii U gamepad. Yeah, no. Not the Virtual Boy after all. Okay, so that's it for this area. What else do you want to tell me? Your thirst for knowledge is beyond compare, really. Have you always been this curious? I'm even tempted to offer you a staff position. Well, not if it involves scraping paint. Let's return the lost item. And then we'll see about Area K. I have a feeling that somewhere out there a lost item longs for its home. Yeah, we'll probably still have another stream ahead of us for this. Even if we do finish touring the areas today, we still have many of the higher difficulties to cover for a lot of the different activities, so... And if any of them are as punishing as Find the Strongest Rumble 3, then we could be in for a bit of longer sit. So probably we'll just go through as much of the tour as we can today, and then maybe have a third day that would be mostly minigames or all minigames to wrap this one up. I'm eager, of course, to get into streaming some Mario Kart World as well. We've been in the game already and in the free roam photo mode for most of it. But I'm planning to show off some things like at least the GPs and so on when we get to it. But for now, I think we can probably at least get through K and possibly L, depending on how extensive they are. And do a few more quizzes. We'll try to mix things up and, you know, do it maybe at least one more minigame set if we want to return to some, but possibly we'll see some of that in the next area. And it looks like we'll just have 3 parts, as we can see with the 3 locks, or open a GLGR locks, and we just flatly will not be able to do this without a Pro Controller. Someday when we get the Pro, we'll do that, but yeah, likewise with the camera game, some of these we just can't do, and I don't want to punch in the SOS for the medals yet until we've seen if we can independently get up to 99 to unlock this one. So let's go back to Area J, and I think maybe we can take the connecting passage over... Oh, this is the tech demo list. Area J... Area I, though, has a bit of a faster connection point to K, so let's do that. And again, this is flipped, so let's go back. After Area K, all that's left is a final area. It looks like the gate to the final area is in the console. We gotta go back. So yeah, maybe you get to see the guts inside the console, since that's one thing that we haven't looked at yet. It makes sense for that to be the finale, where it talks about the chips itself. Area K up ahead has been described as round and hilly. And it is in fact the wheel. When I went to the pre-release demo for Switch 1, I did get a chance to try the Switch 1 Mario Kart wheels. And they're quite nice, actually. They feel smaller than you might expect from the pictures. They have these back buttons to them that are really quite satisfying. It was fun to play Mario Kart that way. In fact, we just never picked them up because, you know, they were so limited in terms of what it would actually be used for. In terms of software support, that it wasn't worth it at the time. But we would, of course, be quite happy to learn about the wheel here. I don't know if any of the activities will require the wheel. They might. Unless they can be done with just motion controls from the Joy-Con grip, of course. No way am I about to lose a game where you gotta drive fast. 2-wheel stunts, interesting. So yeah, this might be wheel dependent, so let's take a look. Looks like you brought me 5 medals. Stunt driving basic course. You know what you're getting yourself into here. This is a mini game about driving a car, but this ain't your average drag race. You can tilt the Joy-Con 2 controller to not drive on two wheels. Play with mouse controls, moving the car to the left and right. Oh, okay, so it's one of those that's mouse plus gyro as a demo. Which, again, the games have been very eager to show off how you can do more than just with a standard mouse. Sometimes you'll have to drive on two wheels to squeeze through tight gaps. We've been seeing a lot of that in Mario Kart World as well with all the rail grinding. Two-wheeling it should also give you enough height to catch the speed boost in the air. So yeah, it's going to be mouse plus gyro by the looks of it. Okay, that's with a single mouse. We want to get over to 43, hit some boosts, not slam into too many obstacles. Tilt the Joy-Con to, you see? Just tilt like this. I don't know if we need to push any buttons for acceleration. If we don't, then it's easier to grip this. Okay. Do we need to hit an accelerator? No, we don't, so... Wait. Oh, no, we need to actually move the mouse to move it. Yeah, okay. Of course. Okay, now we understand this a bit better. Yeah, you actually do need to slide the mouse first, of course. You can't just tilt it. And then here... Oh! Wow, what a slam. And then, yeah, you lose a fair bit of time from that. Then you tilt to catch the boost. Oh. It's actually pretty tricky, since... as a combination of inputs, it's pretty unfamiliar, so... That's okay, we still hit 50 even with all the mishaps, so hitting 43 should not be too much of a problem. Okay, so yeah, you slide the mouse, drive, because you're holding with your hand, but then to get through those gaps you do need to do the tilt. And then you need to tilt a little more accurately, like place the left wheel for instance, then flip left. Then, oh, whoops. Yeah, need to slide, and then not slam that hard. Oh, missing all the boosts here. Oh, missing all the boosts here. I'm not going to hit 43 this time, but... let's try it again. So yeah, we want to hit the tilt. Don't want to hit the edge here, though. Line up the wheel, and then tilt like that. Okay, we got a much better hang of it now. Oh, missed it. Just a bunch of those. This should beat the benchmark pretty easily, though, so... there we go. Do we have additional difficulties? Surely we must. Yeah, that's just a basic course. We're really tearing up the asphalt. Your dodging and dashing looks pretty effortless, too. Well, now for the real thing. Let's hit the road. Walls and switches. So yeah, I guess we need to tilt to hit some panels. Floor panels as well. Hit these and take care not to crash into the walls. Okay. Tilt it left or right. That's a lot of walls. Yeah, we kind of favored turning left in the previous one because that just felt comfortable. Whoops, smashed the wall already. Question block. Ah, I see, and then you need to react to how things are going to move around you. Okay. Oh, missed everything here. Wow, okay. And then move a little faster. Into position. And then, yeah, tilt this way. Whoa. And then, yeah, we just need to stay tilted, actually. Okay, 43 is again going to be the benchmark, so... Well, now we have a slightly better idea of what we're dealing with. Whoa. It's quite a huge rumble impact when you run into everything, so... And then, yeah, not enough of a tilt that time. Okay, here we go. Oh, much better. But then you're kind of at full speed here, and it's going to be very perilous. And just do a little bit of a subtle tilt that way. Oh, no, got caught. Yeah, just... Getting closer. 43 is still some ways off, though. Did not bump so many things, whoops. Oh, might as well practice the course. Yeah, I guess you would be rewarded with more boost for taking the narrow passages for question blocks. And you just need to move smoothly here. Much more smoothly than that. Okay, this part is a little more straightforward. No, I was trying to adjust into middle position here. We just did that a little too slowly. Well, we can minimize the accidents where it would be much better. And I wonder if we take this one, then we can take this one, get a double boost. No, and then, yeah, this is the hard part. Whoa. Haven't really had a clean run through that area just yet. Okay, good. That was clean. Yeah, with fewer bumps in that middle section, we should be able to do 43 without too much trouble. Okay. Oh, wow, already got a bit of a slam here. Right in the slammer. No, I'm trying to move out of the way quickly, and it's just very tricky to do that. Only one bump there this time at least, instead of two. Missed it. Yeah, this part we just drive in and we tilt here. So we have a bit of a better method for that. There's a very specific section that we know is a trouble spot now, so... Yeah, I favor the leftward tilt because it's just a little easier to control tilting inward with the right hand. I still can't do this part. I'm trying to tilt out of it and it's not actually a good idea. Still only one bump so far instead of two. Should Still be an improvement. Alright. Yeah, almost there. We just need to fix that one bump. Okay. Now here's the moment of truth. That is such a tricky part, this bit here. We just don't have a good method for it. At all. Yeah, when you're on just one side of wheels, obviously you can't steer left or right. It does disable that. So you have to be pretty clear when you want to tilt. When you tilt, you can't steer. Whoa, that was a little bit misread. But that's okay, we'll try to practice the middle section regardless, even if we know that we're unlikely to make the timer. Yeah, with such a huge boost, we just need to steer around this more accurately. We haven't had a single clean route through there yet, so I guess we're getting in there with that quadruple boost as well. That really necessitates that we exit that cleanly. Okay. Yeah, these are not too hard to hit. Oh, got a little bit of slowdown there. Got a bit of a snag. Okay. Wow, we made it. A little bit of scrape on the side, but maybe without major accidents we can still be 43. We had a little bit of slowdown in some parts with hitting the pads, but with that we're doing a lot better than usual. Can we beat it? Yes, we can. Okay. You're really tearing up the asphalt. Yep. Okay, so this is the wheel. Let's see what there is to look at. There's clearly someone down, not down there, but up here that we can talk to. Possibly. Oh, rubber caps on the left and right. Yeah, there'll be some way to circle up top to talk to NPCs if needed. So this is where the Joy-Con 2 controller goes, huh? Yeah, so there should be a card for me to read, yes? No? Maybe. So can we actually head down here? Not really. Okay, then in that case, let's go up. And there should be a card that tells me about the player indicator. That goes back to section I. We don't want to do that yet. We do want to wrap around, though. Will you marry me? Who's he talking to? Who's he shouting to the other side? I want to play with a Joy-Con 2 wheel so bad. I hope my kids ask for it. Then I'll get to use it too. I think that's probably from their own consumer research a very common pretext for how these get picked up. Lost item. Anyway, I said I can't hear you. Oh yeah, okay, she's the one receiving the proposal. Right, let's see here. Sounds the vibration makes remind me of a motorcycle. Vibrations here feel like the real deal. Yeah, let's take a look. Another HD Rumble demo, I guess. Here you can feel vibration from HD Rumble 2 that mimics the feel of a motorcycle engine. This isn't a minigame, so don't expect any hairpin turns or actual racing. It's all about feeling the thundering roar of the engine, the adrenaline pumping gear shifts, the thrill of opening up that throttle and really letting it rip. You don't need a Joy-Con wheel for this, just a pair of Joy-Con 2 controllers. Yeah. When we start, you gotta hold them with both hands, the way you'd grip the handlebars of an actual motorcycle. Okay, let's burn some rubber. So we're gonna hold it like this. I'm just trying to turn the triggers. Oh, I see. Yeah, because then you have your thumbs like that. This assumes that I know how to ride a motorcycle, but anyway. Oh, right, because then you can put your fingers on top of SR, SL. Okay. Just trying to match the diagram here for how our fingers are going to use the triggers. Yep, thumbs there, fingers up there. Okay. Quickly accelerate 3 times, drive slowly for 10 seconds. Hold the Joy-Con 2 controllers with the control sticks facing downward. Okay. Twist Joy-Con R to start moving. Oh, I see. Yeah, the rumble is very palpable. Did you... Okay, that's the brake. Yeah, got it. Quickly accelerate. How do we accelerate? Okay, yeah, we just turn. So you drive slowly, I guess we just brake. And yeah, do it just gently maybe. I mean, we have that speedometer on the left, we can see how slowly we're going. How slowly is slow? Okay, reach maximum speed. Let's crank it up. And then just accelerate all the way to 200 if we can. Can the RPM handle it here? Come on, max speed, let's go. Okay. Yeah, that... was apparently how you operate a motorcycle. You're a natural, you ruled the streets. You feel it, the pulse of the engine, like the beating of your heart. The vibrations here feel like the real deal. Yeah, they did. What's this card? Tells you about the SR button. Yeah, because you hold the Joy-Con sideways, and rather you attach it sideways, so the extra buttons down there activates SLSR. And so of course they would have had to be rebuilt for compatibility with Joy-Con 2, not just because of the size, but because of how everything attaches and how SL and SR operate. The Joy-Con 2, so cool. Yeah, okay, I guess this matches the dad who wants his kid to ask for the gift. So yes, you should ask your dad. He'd be elated at the suggestion. Quiz over here, we'll take a look at that in a moment, but I wonder where else we should be looking at for this area. Somewhere still in the main area, so SLSR. Surely there's got to be something about the attachment points for where the Joy-Cons clip in, like these wells over here. I was kind of surprised there wasn't when we looked at that initially. But maybe there's a particular place you need to stand to look down at them. Let's actually go back down and check that, because I feel like surely if you're going to label anything on the wheels, the attachment walls are the important part. Yeah, you see. Joy-Con 2 slot. Press the SR button on the Joy-Con 2 controller. Yeah, right here, because that's how it activates physically. And then we'll find the equivalent over here. There we go. And that's all we need for the wheel before we get to the final area, which will be inside the switch. Area L, bottom corner of area B. Okay, let's do the remaining quiz stations. If it will let me walk around to it. That is, there we go. Is there another quiz on the other side? Not that we can see yet, but let's do this. Magnets in the wheel, or how it fits smoothly into the wheel. Let's listen. Wheel Insights 1, implying, of course, on the other side will spawn a Wheel Insights 2 after this section. The Joy-Con 2 wheel pulls in the Joy-Con 2 controller. So I wonder how the release is accessible. It does so using internal magnets. The closer a magnet is to the thing it's sticking to, the stronger the pull. So yeah, again, it'll be an attachment to SL-SR, hence the kind of physical trigger of the extra SL and SR in the back. We wanted it to be difficult to detach the Joy-Con 2 from the wheel. We made the plastic around the magnets quite thin. So what is the detachment mechanism then? 0.3 millimeters. We will be tested on that. Magnets rotate. And they stick to the steel SL and SR. When they're pressed in the back, then that's what activates it. Interesting angle on that press. Having them pressed down normally wasn't enough. You moved magnets, the Joy-Con 2 moves along with them. This can result in the SL-SR buttons not getting pressed as intended. And if they're pressed with something like a rod, the Joy-Con 2 controller will come off the magnet. Yeah, because of the force that is what the detaching mechanism from the main unit is like. We made the magnets rotate. Hence the rotating press, yeah. Fascinating piece of engineering. At the axis point, the Joy-Con 2 is still stuck to the magnet and doesn't move. SL-SR being pressed where the magnets rotate. Huh. I'm kind of looking at my SL-SR now and kind of feeling out how a side press, like a rotational side press, feels. You just kind of press one side of them. Yeah, they do kind of rock left and right if you try to put your fingers on top of them. The SL-SR are built so wide compared to the original ones, and this is one thing they permit. To make sure the Joy-Con 2 controller can be easily inserted in the Joy-Con 2 wheel, we added a gap beneath the Joy-Con 2. That's how you slide it in. However, simply including a gap would cause the Joy-Con 2 to become dislodged when the control stick is tilted, so we needed a solution that wouldn't get in the way. Hence the rubber that we saw when we traversed past it. It may look like the control stick will bump it when tilted down. Yeah, because you're kind of pulling down against it, but it's positioned to hold the Joy-Con 2 in place. Joy-Con 2 controller feels securely attached and won't accidentally detach. As for the Joy-Con 2 wheel, attaching or detaching is easy. Oh, I see how you detach it. Yeah, you can just pull it in the bottom middle, right? Pushed in and pulled out to remove. Yeah, you usually pull it out like that. You don't use the detach button because it's completely covered. As for the Joy-Con 2 wheel, magnets allow the Joy-Con 2 to be easily clicked into place or smoothly removed. Time for a quiz. Okay. It attaches by strong conviction. You have to really feel it. And how does it attach easily to the Joy-Con 2 wheel? From Good Vibes, just below the Joy-Con 2 controller. And what happens to the magnet? They grow, they rotate, they stretch. How thick is the plastic? 0.03, 0.3 rather. Perfect score. The Joy-Con 2 wheel really is in your wheelhouse, huh? Well, let's see wheel insights too, because obviously there will be one. Probably compares it to the original wheel or gives you some other history. I know, it's going to talk about screws, that's even better. Or, like we said, about Nintendo history. As you probably already know, Joy-Con 2 is larger than the Switch Joy-Con. Wheels are of similar size, which is nice because, again, the wheels sort of felt surprisingly small and comfortable just as a general grip for this configuration, not just for motion controls of Mario Kart, but just for holding the Joy-Con sideways. Roughly equal size was about as small as we could make it, to ensure that people with smaller hands could reach the control sticks and buttons. It's about the same size overall. The SL and SR buttons are now larger and easier to press. Yeah, look at the change in angle as well. Nintendo Switch Joy-Con wheel is a groove where the parts join. And yeah, that's also one of those cracks where you're going to have sweat and dirt all over, like in the Pro Controller. The wheel parts are shaped differently. There are almost no grooves on the outside. That's actually a bit unusual. All this makes it feel pretty nice to hold. Joy-Con 2 wheel has a lot of screws needed to hold the plastic in place. 6 underneath the outer plastic. And yep, not much like an actual wheel, so. Nintendo and wheels. Steering wheel controls available for a long time now. How far back will we go? There is, of course, the Wii wheel. The precedent for the Joy-Con wheel. Ah, the Labo wheel. Hadn't thought about that one. Just a few examples, and if you go all the way back, you can find even more examples, like Racing 112 1978. This is new to me, actually, and, you know, not that I'm very well versed in pre-NES Nintendo, but Even so, this had not occurred to me. Drive Game 1966, both of which were exclusive to Japan, so no wonder. I mean, you need to find them in the Nintendo Museum that opened last year, perhaps. Steering wheel controls let you enjoy the feeling of driving a car. Have I got a quiz for you? Okay, which is bigger? Joy-Con 2 wheel. They're the same size. Just about. And the grooves hit pressure points on your hands. Yeah, that would maybe... actually, let's see. Grooves are mostly out of reach. Yeah, no grooves. I think so, anyway. Let's say 6 screws that are in a small wardrobe. And then, which is the oldest? It is Drive Game. Did we actually pay attention here, or... Oh, wait, hang on, what did I do? Oh yeah, no, it was the groove. It's not soft materials, it's like the way that everything is actually placed. It has a groove where the parts join, and so you're likely to touch that. Yeah, the wheel groove is in a place your fingers are unlikely to reach. I think this is one of the first questions that I've gotten not deliberately wrong. Wasn't paying attention. No, I just kind of doubted it for a moment. Not necessarily. And yeah, out of reach of your hands. That's right. Just in different places. We'll just speed through this. So we should have time to tour the last section. We won't have time to do that and finish all the minigames, but... we'll get reasonably close. And then so, let's go back to, first of all, return the lost item, and then we'll go to the final area to see what we're dealing with. And yeah, this area is 100% finished. One of the few that we've been able to do to a true 100%. Oh, whoops. I wanted to go to, yeah, the information center to return the item. And then we'll go to section B. And yeah, we might be able to... Well, we finished all the minigames here, because again, these were the ones we did off-stream because they required either tabletop or... well, yeah, handheld, I guess. Let's go to Area L, which is going to get you into the guts of the system. Great way to finish. This is it, the home stretch. It's time to go inside the console. And look at that, it's even going to open up the new stand as the entry ramp. Do we get to read about the stand? Scanning this carefully because I kind of felt like we would. Maybe it's accounted for elsewhere. Let's go all the way to the end just in case there's anything to see. Not really, so let's get in there. And yeah, there's a lot to look at here, actually. Maybe if we're doing an additional stream, we should save the final area for it, but because there is a lot to look at when you're inspecting the entirety of the console. So yeah, we might want to have the next session cover this instead. In that case, let's actually get a few minigames out of the way. I think I'd like to take a proper look at this on a separate stream because we're running long here today already. And that'll also give me an opportunity to, well, we won't be able to do these ones, but there was something else I was hoping to look at. And in terms of minigames in this area, let's see. You got some, not an extensive amount. One tech demo, but lots to map out. And lots of insights to read about, so it's going to be a pretty big section. What was the thing we were talking about? Oh yes, the VRR slider. That one will have to do with tabletop. And we won't be able to show that one on stream. Other than that, in terms of mini games, yeah, we've done everything we can, apart from Second Battle and Scrape Off, which seems to be beyond me. But everything else is kind of hardware dependent. So what we'll do instead is we'll unlock some of the additional difficulties and minigames that we've gotten to. Beginning with Speed Maze. And we'll just go down the list and do a few and see what's feasible today. Finish a few sections. Is there anything that we need to finish up with tech demos that we hadn't done earlier? Not really. Or insights? Yeah, we know we finished insights, so let's go to Speed Maze then. Okay, so we will run a third Welcome to our stream. It might be comparatively short, but it depends again on some of the minigame difficulty. We'll at least do this one and see what else we have time for today. A pair of glasses. Yeah, this one is all mouse control. Round and around to reach the goal. Well, let's see our accuracy here. "5 seconds, okay. Ah, yeah. That's the pair of glasses. Oh, you need to be very, very accurate. And even that will probably not be quick enough for 5 seconds. We need to do a nice, clean, steady loop. And just get it into muscle memory. I feel like my high sensitivity might not be the best idea here. Now, that was in less than half the time, so we could hit 5 seconds at speed, probably. Oh. Not quite. Getting better at the initial section here, though. Whoops. Navigating that curve. Going in the other direction has caused a few problems for us here. But, yeah. We can get that far pretty consistently, and then we can be patient in that area and we'll still make 5 seconds. Yeah, I turned it to high sensitivity in the system level. And that's okay, that's just what I'm used to, so allows us to go at slightly higher speed. You do hear, or rather feel, a rather shocking rumble effect on collision. Like we were saying, it's not often that mouse games will make it so your specific path actually matters. And so, with things that depend on very quick mouse movement, like playing RTS games for instance, I'm used to just having high sensitivity mice and overshooting and just correcting. And so when you need to control a specific path, obviously you need to do a bit better than that. And, oops. We're messing this early area up now a little bit, but let's carefully do this loop and we should still make it to 5. Oh, just a little too slow. A little too cautious, but let's try it again. Nope. Yeah, it's that top curve that I have trouble with because we're kind of pushing outward rather than pulling inward, and I feel like I have less control when I do that. Maybe that's typical. Oh. I had to rush the last loop because I knew we were coming on to 5 seconds. And there's another difficulty beyond this one too, so... Oops. Okay, let's try it again. Okay, potted it. There we go. Should be one more difficulty beyond this one. Now let's see if we can afford it, though. Good news is we should be on pace to get to the 99 that's required for the dodging game, the UFO dodging game in Section 1, but... we'll do as much as we can here. A tight squeeze, okay. We're throwing moving walls at you. This one is all about knowing when to zip through the gaps. Yeah, and then you just need to zip through quickly, I guess. $120, okay. Oh, wow, okay. So, that's gonna be quick. $120. You need a really straight motion, actually. Nope. Nowhere close. Oh. We actually found a good entry point there. Notice that it continues the pattern from your point of failure. It doesn't start the pattern over again from the beginning. It actually has a different starting point each time when you continue the game, so... not actually the exact same exercise, but when you have the big gap open up on the right side, then you can just try to gun it there. Oh, almost. That actually was about to make 120, we just missed. Oh, and we've got a big opening here that we're going to miss. Hang on. Okay, 139. We can improve on that. That time that we hit 121 when we slammed into the wall, that would have made it if we just angled slightly better. 156. Nope. Hang on. So yeah, sometimes you just get a really fortunate pattern where things just line up very nicely. Other times you don't. 134. That's actually a personal best. Still need to get in a bit closer here, though. 144. Nope. 0.91. Well, I mean, that was an extra convenient pattern. Extra convenient pattern. So, yeah, the pattern that you start with isn't going to be the same every time, so... sometimes you just need to grind it out until something smooth happens like that. And who knows what the last benchmark is, but we're not checking for it. We can do a bit of the speed golf, perhaps. Because let's see what's remaining. I'm just trying to pace this because we know that, you know, with the scope of the last section, most of it is quizzes and insights, though. So it is a big area to explore, but it wouldn't necessarily take that long. So I'm just making sure we leave material for the next stream. And if we don't, you know, we can always tack it with some Mario Kart or something. But, yeah, we don't know how long this will take either. Dodge the Spike Balls 4, which is apparently the hardest game, but the thing is, I actually find that, for me, physically, the hardest one to scrape off so far. We're just nowhere close, and I kind of feel like it's one where, you know, you can't do lots of long repetition to grind against it, simply because of the strain. Unless I just am totally misunderstanding something about it. So these actually feel kind of physically beyond me, but we'll do some of the other ones to try to fill them in and do as much as we can. And who knows, maybe I'll change my mind and say that we'll just stay on extra long to finish the rest. But let's do the games first, just so we have a sense of difficulty and time required. Now, I really enjoyed the speed golf one, because the thing is, this is one of those that really demonstrates what you can do with rotational mice. The only thing is that sometimes we sort of missed a window of opportunity for an input for the next putt, where, you know, we try to go too close or too early. That's what we found in the earlier sections. So this is a hard-edged angular course. Take special care when putting from left to right. Let's try. Okay, 25 and 15. Okay, so we have to be pretty careful here. Okay. Not even close. Have to really get the angle correct. Oh, whoops. Nope. Get a force correct as well. And then, yeah. Can we just kind of shove that way? No. A little more force. But only if we're pointing correctly. Nope. Because we will need to recalibrate, I think. Now, it doesn't start the timer until your first stroke, so we can really get comfortable first and make sure that we account for a natural tendency to maybe tilt in a little bit. No, hang on. This way. Yeah, okay, that's a little better. Finding a good starting recalibration is important. Okay. Okay. Light touch. This will be tricky. Oh, nope, overshot. And regardless, that wasn't going to do it in time. Nope, way too strong. Nope, too much. I'm fascinated by the selection of pitches as well that you hear in the music. Whoa, totally wrong. Yeah, we need to fix the recalibration. Yeah, because it's the kind of rotation that you have to do around the angle that causes a bit of a problem. I'm trying to push up instead of pulling in, and I don't know if that's right. It's a difficult input, actually, to go up. Because I think you kind of do have to push, whoops, and control your force while you're doing it. Oops, missed. Too much. Ooh, that's a good one. Almost too good. There we go. That's within 15. Yeah, just a really good first stroke that time. That was all there was to it. You sunk that putt so quickly. Seems like you were using just the right amount of strength. Okay. 4. Speed golf 4. Part 4 is the final part. It's full of holes. Quickly put the ball into the hole. Okay, well, I think we want to go around up top. I don't even remember what the time benchmark is on this one. But let's just figure out the strokes first and worry about it from there. That was too strong, but it was the right idea. And Tony, welcome. You saying you like this game? Yeah, I like it a lot because, again, it's very unique in that this is the first real set of minigames. The Welcome Tour in general is the first real set of minigames that we've seen that shows off how you can design around mouse control with rotation, which is something that doesn't have much of a precedent, I think. Because with a standard PC mouse, you're not going to have rotation be something that is measured or designed around, right? So, to the extent that this is an original series of Nintendo Tech demos, this is something that is actually new, mechanically speaking, and which is conceptually kind of unique. Now, we need better angle here. There we go. So we don't strain our wrists too much. And then, whoop. Okay, this looks good. I don't know if we can get it in terms of time. 7 seconds is the benchmark. We need to do a bit better. When we had a really clean stroke all the way across, that was promising. Nope, too strong. You're interested in the Pro Controller 2, but you haven't gotten that far. Yeah, I passed the Pro Controller 2 section today. I don't have a Pro Controller 2, so we couldn't do the minigame in it, because that requires the GLGR buttons. So that was one of the minigames I had to skip. But we are at a point where I've unlocked the last section. I've unlocked section L, but we may save that for another stream tomorrow instead. Oh, there we go, made it. Because it's a fairly big section, and it would be just a lot of reading and quizzing along the way. I'll show you what my progress is. I won't spoil anything. I mean, you know how it's structured if you've been playing this. But yeah, currently I'm just doing a lot of the higher difficulty unlocks, since we now have the medals for it. We have not started the final section because it just has a lot to cover. Let me see. Yeah, there's quite a lot to cover. Because it's inside the console and you read all about the chips and so on. And there are some activities there, but we don't quite know what we're in for. We do know that we still have to do this 99 unlock, which is supposed to be the hardest game in the set. The only one that we've really had to bail on so far was paint scraping. And of course there are some that I just don't have the correct accessories to do. Let's do Click Quick. Yeah, we'll at least do a few more. Leave time for the final section and some of the other minigames. So let's take a look at Click Quick. "37 medals, rotating targets. Part 2, the targets remain still. In Part 3, they wander at will." Okay, 150, okay. Really have to shoot quickly here. Click on all of the targets. Close, 178. Nope. I like going in the clockwise direction, like going against their direction of travel, it kind of minimizes distance. Exactly 178, exactly our best. 166, slightly better. Nope, just missed. 173. Yeah, I know what we're going for. We just need to hit it accurately. I'm just trying to do a nice quick flick to the right. 143, you got it. Do I just have Welcome Tour and Mario Kart World as the Switch 2 games? I also got the Zelda upgrades. Because I know that I still have unfinished business in Tears of the Kingdom, and I have some reasons to return to Breath of the Wild for future files and so on, so I thought it might be worth it. But that's all I have at launch right now, yes. But there's quite a lot from Switch 1 that now performs better just from the backwards compatibility, and which I was waiting for Switch 2 before I got back to any of that. So I've got tons and tons of content to get through. Right now, though, we've just been breaking in the system, obviously, with Welcome Tour and Mario Kart. And I've just been streaming Welcome Tour. I do plan to stream some Mario Kart after this is finished. But mostly I've just been playing the free roam offline and off stream rather, and spending a great deal of time in the photo mode. Okay, part 4. We might log off after this one, but let's see how it goes. Part 3, to targets at fixed starting positions. Now they can appear anywhere at random. I mean, it's actually random. Sometimes you just need to have a good random draw. But this way you can't just rehearse the same pattern every time. I guess that's what's going on. Okay. 250 would require some improvement. 5 targets. That time we got a good draw of things being close together too. Well, yeah, that time things were quite far apart. So we're not always going to be quite that fortunate. 251, missed by 0.01. Feels very doable. Nope, missed. Yeah, sometimes you just don't get a very comfortable pattern. That was a very long distance to travel that time. Yeah. Again, I don't feel like I have particularly good mouse accuracy with this mouse, so there's a lot to get used to with the grip. Whoops. Nope, missed it. We could have gotten it that time, actually. That was at 224. 226. There we are. Oh, let's see. Maybe we can stay on for a few more. Let's see. Field of Shape was pretty difficult, though. Because it's another one where you have to really scrape around with the rumble in ways that are not evident at all to the viewer. But yeah, so let's see. We have Field of Shape. We have Color Shapes. We're getting pretty close to the 99 that's required to unlock this one. Let's do it. Choose between different shapes. You'll have to guess different letters of the alphabet. Let's try it. Okay. 60 seconds. Okay, guess the shape by how it feels. Yeah, there's some holes in it that tell me it's B. I'm just trying to eliminate possibilities quickly, but no. N. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, I'm looking at a selection and just trying to find ways that we can eliminate choices quickly. Something on the bottom here. I think it's C. We're taking way too long on it. It's the same set to deal with every time. I feel like it's C again. Oh, this is a bit longer. No stroke in the middle here. It's H, because we just checked for the middle. Alright, let's check laterally this time. Bit of a gap here. What about at the bottom? X. Wow, okay, this is going to be something that takes a bit longer. Middle is kind of clear, though. And it's also clear here. Maybe it's the Y, actually. No, N, okay. Yeah, we felt the empty space on top. That's why I was thinking, oh, maybe H, and then we kind of felt the diagonal. I thought Y. I didn't really consider the N. Which was the problem, I guess. We see 2 strokes. There we go, C. Yeah, we just try to eliminate quickly. And yeah, we just crossed the middle. So it's either F or P. It's P. Okay. Let's scrape across. Oh, this one's tricky. I think it's A. Okay. Again, something we can kind of feel in the middle. 2 points here. I think it's actually Y this time. There we go. Yeah, the thing is, you don't try to feel the whole shape. You try to do strokes that eliminate lots of shapes at the same time. So, for example, if you go straight down and you feel something in the middle, then you know that you have something that has an empty space on top, like an H or a Y or an X, right? So there was one earlier where I just did strokes down and we caught like a bar on top, bar in the middle, so I knew it was F or P, for instance. So that way you can do it quickly. You answered all of the questions already. Your tactile senses are second to none. Well, you would hope so after the nearly 2 hours that we spent on that one other Rumble game earlier today. Okay. Yeah, you got colored shapes level 4. So if we do that one, the ones that will remain will be whatever's in the console inner area plus this one that we're told is really difficult. Notice that we will have a 98 after this one. But if we are to do the VRR slider demo, which I have to do in tabletop mode, and which I can't stream, then we would be exactly at 99, which would mean that if we run another stream, we could even start with the minigame next time. But let's take a look at Colored Shapes 4 and see how it goes. Yeah, because the flower one required quite a bit of subtlety earlier, so this might be quite tricky if it's a snake in terms of doing rotations accurately. You must color a snake. A squiggly little fellow will really put your mouse skills to the test. Again, this is not a one that's kind of rotation dependent, judging from our experience with a flower. This one will be all subtle motions where you can't go over the line. 12 seconds. Yeah, this is going to be tricky. Okay. Fill in the marked area quickly. Okay. Oh. Yeah, you get a marker texture. And I guess, do it accurately, you kind of have to do a complete fill with the rotation. Nice and accurate this way. We'll just go back and fill in that part. Some dots after. So, here we go, 22 seconds. That's nowhere near what we need, but we did get the first medal. Yeah, the timer starts right away. It's not when you have the first downstroke, so you can't just prepare the stroke. We'll fill in the rest later. Let's just do the curve first, and we'll very accurately. And you can be fast. It's just that there's a lot to fill in this way. And then, yeah, this little corner here we missed. Oh, we missed something else too. What did we miss? I can't even tell. It's a minor pixel blemish somewhere. I actually can't see what we missed. Oh, yeah. Anyway, let's try again. You know what? Let's start on this side this time. And then maybe we can get a better drag across. Actually, no, it doesn't feel quite as comfortable to pull this way. Yeah, not quite as comfortable, but... yeah, because we need to double back. We're definitely not making the timing. 19... let's just do it the same way we did before. We'll start here, and then we'll just go back for the head. Too messy. It's not going to do it. Trying to do it fast, but it doesn't really pay. Okay. 16, that's faster. You know, if we do an initial stroke here, then we really push this way. Then push this way. I know we missed a spot on the right. We'll do that in just a moment. Oh, 17. Yeah, that's too much travel distance to go back. Yeah, maybe we just try to do it fast with a sweep. That misses way too many spots, though. 15, though, that actually is an improvement. So maybe we should try more or less that method. And just clean up the blemishes after the initial pass, as long as we don't overflow. Actually, we start in the middle. Let's just start in the middle then, because we need to double back sometimes anyway. You know, try to get the mouse cursor in a convenient place at the beginning. And then when we need to retrace, then we cover less distance that way. Maybe. Okay. This isn't going to do it. Yeah. The rumble effect on the marker, once again, is very palpable. Almost. Personal best. Yeah, one single stroke from the right side actually might do it. It's just that we do way too much of a retrace. That already gets me up to 10 seconds, so not very accurate. I'm trying to find a good initial angle so we don't need to worry about the calibration. Oops. Okay. Okay. Oh, missed something. This spot here. That was over time anyway, so. Yeah, we find the angle and then we just do a quick stroke. If we can. 15. Yeah, we just need to face the right way with it and really pull quickly right away. Then, whoop, not right. We've been holding down continuously up to that point. Maybe we need to stick with that method. Yeah, too many mistakes here. We're kind of within reach, though. There's minor problems with accuracy. Kill the whole attempt. Oh, whoops. Trying to skip over that. This is a lot better this time. Whoops. Except we overshot. We missed something again. Impossible to see what this little bit here. Okay. And then down like this, down like this. No, missed something again. This little bit, yeah. Sometimes you can just miss a barely visible edge and it will not count. Yeah, this one's taking way too much time already. Nope. I'm gonna start in a better neutral position on my desk and then we can do a better series of strokes. The starting position matters quite a bit for where you're placing the controller initially, because then you need to get a good angle to pull against it. Because if you kind of move the controller to the right, you want to make sure you have enough room to go left. All the way over to Snake. Way too messy this time. Oh, trying to rush it at the end there. That's okay, we were not going to make it anyhow. Okay. We're trying to go quick on the last one. Those are kind of quick strokes we need. I always think that we do quick stroke down like that right away, and then we just don't worry about the head, and we dash back and do this. And then that's getting closer, but maybe still not quite the right idea. You know, when we travel to the right initially, let's just fill in. Like, we should just get pens down right away when we travel like that and cover a lot of distance. Oh, I was trying to reach over to the spot we missed. Yeah, because I'm traveling to the right at the beginning anyway. Let's just have pen down for that. Because then when we double back, we can cover some of this. Maybe. No. Get a better starting position. Better starting angle, rather, so I can have a nice, comfortable tilt. I'm just trying to find what the good angle will be. Yeah, mouse just need to be held nice and straight at the beginning, I think. Pointing straight forward, because then you can get this initial bend. And then cover a lot of this. And then just do the second series of strokes there. We could have gotten quite close that time, I think. Okay. Nope. It's going to be overtime anyway. Let's go back to the old method, just to do clean strokes where we just pull in. Not quite clean. But then, we got it. Okay. That's it for that one. What speed? You wield the marker as if it was your life's calling. Okay, given what remains, we have the scraping games, which I honestly just don't think I'll do. We have a few that we definitely can't complete because we lack the equipment. We have VRR Slider, which, as I said before, we'll have to look at off-stream. And then we have the entirety of Section L, which I think I'd like to step through properly. Because there is so much to look at there. And yeah, lots of steps, but especially lots and lots of cards to read and quizzes and so on. And so there will be some minigames in that area as well, but the one that is purportedly the final boss minigame also remains for us here. We just have one more medal to collect for that, which the VRR demo would cover. So it's possible that we can start the stream with that next time, or we can go to the console first to really have a good sense of how much time remains for us. But yeah, we got 100% in quite a few sections now, having finished the higher difficulties in many of the minigames that are available to us so far. And so here we are at 98. I think we'll call it for the day, and Welcome Tour, as it turns out, is actually quite robust, and we will, in fact, take a third stream for it. We've already put, about 10 hours into this, I think. I mean, you know, granted, 2 of those hours were for this thing here, Find the Strongest Rumble 3. But the important thing is that we did it. And so yeah, next time we may start with the minigame, we may start with the console down here. But there is so much potentially for us to do. For now though, thank you for joining me once again for a session of the Welcome Tour. Always plenty to look at and observe and talk about, on top of all the strain that we were putting ourselves through and all the HD rumble that we were probably feeling. But there will be more very soon, and we'll be back with that with another stream almost certainly sometime tomorrow. Thank you for watching. I'll probably pass you folks off to another destination in just a moment. And if you missed the first session at all, of course, we have all the VODs on YouTube nowadays, because that is the new home for them. Usually, it just takes me a couple of hours after stream to get everything up and encoded properly. But we have content there at a fairly regular clip. Now, though, it's time to give our hands a break. Oh, also, I mentioned that off-stream, we've been going through a lot of Mario Kart. Just for the photo mode, I also opened up a new photo mode section in the Discord, specifically for that purpose, so I have a screenshot dump, and anybody here is welcome to use that too if you have anything invigorating to share. For now, though, have a wonderful day ahead of you, whether you have the Switch 2 in hand or are merely observing. Have fun with everything, and as always, fare thee well.